No more bad government in Nigeria. Nigeria what? The only media that have been consistent speaking against the bad government and for the purpose for reformers. Nigeria what, yo? No more bad government. Nigeria what? No more bad government. Nigeria what? No more bad government. The only media that have been speaking. No more bad government. The voice of the voiceless. No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. For the poor. No more bad government. Nigeria what? No more bad government. Nigeria what media? No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. In Nigeria. No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. The only media. No more bad government. The number one media in Nigeria. No more bad government. That have been speaking against government. No more bad government. Nigeria what? No more bad government. Nigeria what, yo? The voice of the voiceless. The voice of the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Nigeria what? Nigeria watch media. The only media that have been speaking against bad government. Being consistency since 19 Borogodo. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Umu Wame. Voice for the voiceless. Umu Wame. Voice for the voiceless. 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 Nigeria watch you. We have been seeing all you guys have been doing, and he recommending to everyone in Nigeria, saying that you guys are the number one. Nigeria what you It's not me. I don't have any power. 5,000 for you. Just thank you. She's a woman. It's not what
okay. Thank you so much for your gesture, man. God will keep rewarding you. Wherever that money comes from, God will keep multiply that income for you. We are very grateful for, man. Thank you so much, man.
So, like my watchword is on this platform, I've been very transparent with how it has been distributed. That's how I do my own things. Waymaker, let's just talk on this in just 2 minutes because today somehow network issues, they are repairing roads here in Lagos and everything. Let's talk about this here. The Nation this morning. 201 Nigerians head home on Trump's deportation order. What are your opinions about that this morning?
Well, it's a sad news to me because many Nigerians that are being held by Trump, I was told information available to me now that they are begging seriously because if you look at these numbers of people, their family in Nigeria depend on them. And if Trump deport them to Nigeria right now, it's going to worsen the whole case. But for me, you will see that Trump is doing the needful because they should come back to their homes and come and repair Nigeria. If you look at most of them that are there now, they are the same people who pushed Jonathan out of power. Most of them that Trump have hold now. Most of them, they are the part of people who think that Obama was doing us well then. Obama used APC to destroy Nigeria and they flew to Nigeria. Look at it now. They want to take you home. That's why we are saying home is home. It's better for we to stay and focus on these people, pressurize these old takers and drive them out of power so that we can have a better country.
Do you think that's never possible to drive them away?
From America?
I mean our politicians. Do you think that...
we can do it, my brother. It's just to start from somewhere. Do you know why the politicians keep doing what we are doing now? Social media now have taken the eyes of the youth out of the government. We don't want to know. Everybody is pursuing money on social media. The money Zuckerberg is paying, the money YouTube is paying. We, the youth, we have lived our future for these old takers. So those old takers, they keep murdering our future, whereby a governor is going out, he will put his son to take over from him. All these things. If this social media is not available at now, I will have tell you that Nigeria will not be like this, because Nigeria youth will have come out with anger and pursue these old takers out of government.
So lastly, if I ask you, I'm sorry to rush you, I'll give you more time to all of you. No, but let me read some comments, because I must appreciate our viewers. After the network issue for like 10 minutes, they still came back and watch us. So, Mr. Antonio Onoskupa, good morning, Flip TV. God bless you, Mr. Antonio Onoskupa.
50 for charges they will remove.
Okay.
So all these stars that Baba is introducing, he is killing Nigerians and he's making it more unpopular. As I speak to you, if election tomorrow, Baba is not even more popular as the way it is in 2023. I can tell you that. So many Nigerians are frustrated. I speak to you, but the middle belt, the major problem. Let me answer the question you asked me. Why I keep saying that with the middle belt, we will stand against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu if he does not have any person from the south that is ready to compete with Baba. If they are from Fulani, forget about it. If Baba continue worse than this, we will support Tinubu, the middle bed.
Ahead of a Fulani candidate, I may be better.
Oh, forget Fulani. There's nothing like Fulani. Fulani are the one that have destroyed this country. I challenge Bola Ahmed Tinubu regime. The same way the court is describing IPOP as a terrorist, they should declare Fulani a terrorist. Because Fulani people have caused more harm.
Fulani
herdsmen that have carried AK-47, destroying people's farm, raping people's wife, kidnapping people. They are doing more bad than what the IPOP has done. IPOP people are only in their region, doing what they know how to do in their region. They have not extended their atrocity in other regions. So if you can proscribe IPOP as a terrorist organization, proscribe the Fulani herdsmen that are going out with AK-47, with the cow, destroying Nigeria, destroying farm. As I speak to you now, it's part of the reason that food is not more affordable. Food is not more affordable. People cannot go to farm because of these Fulani herdsmen. Chasing people out of their farm. Their cows is destroying people's farm. So it's a very big problem. The problem the Fulani bandits are causing in the Nigeria is worse than what the IPOP people are causing. Okay. So release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go.
Okay, thanks so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
You can once again thank the...
Yeah, thank you, madam. We appreciate the gifts. We thank you so much, and we pray that anywhere that money comes from, God will multiply. In fact, this week, you are going to see thousands of what you have given to us. Thank you so much. We are
men can't have that much power without sponsorship and empowerment for some powerful people. Ijaw boy, say good morning, obedience. Okay, good morning, obedience, everyone, and co. You guys are doing great. Ijaw boy, good morning. Saladewale, we have greeted you before. Greetings from ATL, the Peace State.
Good morning. Right, university. That's why mid-belt are dancing that they will support Tinubu. See, let me tell you, whatever government gives you, whatever you benefit from government is your right, Nigerians. It's like you touching me, giving me for that my right, what belongs to me, my fundamental right. The mid-belters, una do well for appreciating him. The reason why the North are segregating, against Tinubu right now is because all the juicy things Buhari administration has been given to North is no longer available. It's not possible in this regime. Tinubu has chosen to be what? Sectional. Yes, because Buhari was sectional.
Do you think that Tinubu is a Yoruba president?
He's a Yoruba president. Quite sure now. Look at Gbajabiamila now. Look at no. We are not saying Yorubas are not suffering. They are. But what we are saying is that all the political positions, appointments were given to the Yorubas. The Hausas were suffering. Everybody was suffering in the North. When Buhari has given almost 96 political appointments to Fulani Hausa. I don't understand. Not that Yorubas, after giving all these positions to Gbajabiamila, Bayo Nonoga, all these Ngbati, that Oguman or Chun Stateman is not. Everybody is suffering. It is interwoven. But what I'm trying to say, where I'm trying to make my point is that the North is not afraid because what they benefited during Buhari administration is no longer possible or available. So that's why they are blowing the top. They are blowing the top. And I'm telling you you have not succeeded on blowing the top enough. I want you to kick the top. Use your leg, be kicking the ceiling. Because it is the high time that everybody should understand that Leadership shouldn't be by tribalism. And since the inception of Nigeria, Fulani has been ruling Nigeria and they are highly tribalized. Fulani man doesn't know that Hausa man that gives them the opportunity to live in the north is his good neighbor, is his good brother, is his good friend. Fulani look down on their houses that allow them, let alone Igbo man that is a far away southeastern Nigeria. That's why they believe that we are not human beings. Why? Because we always tell them the truth. You cannot come and give me your religion by force. You cannot come and force me to worship what I do not understand. That's why we become their worst enemy. Look, sponsoring or building a mosque by Saudi Arabia all over southeastern Nigeria is not going to work. Is a failure. Small. When I go learn, I go see the connection, I go get sense. The same Agu you don't see what they call make head of state for Nigeria after the revolution. When they grow up for Nigeria, nobody ever believes say if you get people who go blow themselves up. Nobody. We know the Nigerian man go blow himself or we never, it can never happen. Blah 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 blah. So as we can't day for this our time now. We no one remember what just happened. Now. Jonathan leave government for 2015. PDP rule Nigeria from 1999 for 16 good years, 1999 to 2015. 16 good years. Una they act like say now only Lagos people, only Shehu na in the vex for that government. Una they act like say the whole Nigeria no vex. Say PDP no nearly scatter our brain. Say what anything where APC they do today now PDP handle from first learner. The country shut May of 2015, Nigeria shut down. Now don't forget, say the last days of PDP for this country, they loot the whole country dry, so they no money to even buy. Nigeria don't import diesel, nothing, everything light off. Telecommunications begin shut down their diesel, phone off, everything off for Nigeria. Now don't forget, that's what they chop Nigeria. Now don't forget, Obasanjo say he do 16 billion that time, $16 billion NIPP project, where they launch project, we know they not connect anything to. You know, we have short memories. We have short memories. We can't talk say now Obama. Now he use Boko Haram. See the way they can't change the topic. Obama now he use Boko Haram pursue Jonathan. That's what our elites want. That's what PDP narrative. Not be PDP make suffer. You suffer won't scatter Nigerians' brain. We all of us. We hate them die. Now if they change mouth today, one they lie. Like the same people who support Peter Obi for 2019. Don't forget all the tweets where they make about them from 2014. Where they hate and die when he be governor. But once they don't share everybody, wait till they need to share them. Everybody will come act like say history no happen for Nigeria. Everybody go act like say history no happen. The first thing we Boko Haram do, I think know them for Nigeria, The first thing they do now to bomb that UN headquarters, where I take no say these people are something is going on in this country. Suicide bombing, this one for UN. Now remember, Nigerians don't start today. Then Boko Haram can't go one boys' school. Now remember one boys' school, 67 boys, they inside hostel. Boko Haram lock them inside their hostel. Burn them with the hostel for Yola. They burn them. before the Congo kidnap Chibok girls. Before I go into my role in the protesting and the everything, let's discuss how did our president handle this thing that time. The narrative now be saying that this USID Boko Haram, they used to pursue Jonathan, regime change. Nigerians, they quick forget something. Nothing where America no do for Nigeria that time. When Boko Haram begin blow up, the military aid where America they drop under Jonathan government went from tens of millions of dollars to hundreds of millions of dollars. Military aid they pour into Niger. Now don't forget, when Nigerians begin holla, say make Jonathan take action against these people, use strong hand against them. Jonathan come outside. Say now Obama na tell Jonathan to come outside, can't shoot himself. Because Jonathan come outside that time, I can never forget. He say these people are our children. He say we cannot fight them. These people are our children. Am I lying? Am I lying? The stoppage of weapons sales to Nigeria did not happen until, and not be weapons sales, certain weapons were not sold to Nigeria because we don't need them that time. Boko Haram never grow reach this one. Even though America refused to sell us one bullet, now the America they sell weapons. Say now only America they sell weapons for this world. Now only Obama banned weapons, okay. Now only America they sell weapons. Now don't forget when they catch out for South Africa, when South Africa seized the money. Instead of them to take that fight serious, because Boko Haram was operating in the north, now northern as they killed past that time, they turned out to tribal talk for Nigeria. They turned the damn thing to tribal talk in Nigeria. Instead of make Jonathan face these people as the terrorists that they are, declare war on them. Jonathan's wife come for TV. Begin to tell, say, northern elders, the blood you are shedding in Borno, the blood you are shedding in Borno. Oh, yeah. Wasn't that the action that they were taking instead? I said, Jonathan say he will not fight them because they are his children. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ Ọlọ́run Olúọ̀run Elédùmarè àwọn rúmọlẹ̀ ní jẹ́ kí Boko Haram jẹ́ children wa. Say they are our children. Now today they're going to say that they give amnesty to Boko Haram. All of them will they make noise. When we say hey, like say that has not been the goal from day one. It has always been the way they handle Boko Haram, because Boko Haram is for everybody. I tell you people from day one, if you want to know anything will happen for this country, how will an organization come out in Nigeria? You as the organization say you want to change this country, then your tactics of changing this country is to kill Nigerian people. You want to kill Nigerian people to pressure Nigerian government to change. Brothers and sisters, Boko Haram never kill people reach Nigerian government. Nigerian government has killed more Nigerian people than Boko Haram can ever dream in their life. So how can you say to change that kind of people? You say when they kill Nigerian people, government is killing Nigerian people. You say you are killing Nigerian people and you want the government to change. What kind of nonsense is that? When they go lose the election, Dasuki was arrested for chief of Navy staff, chief of Army staff, any of them, big corruption scandal. All of them. Big money, now they come as I say the thief. Instead of me, they buy weapons. So don't forget, say my cousin, they army that time. My cousin was the general in Baga. When they arrest, Jonathan give my cousin life imprisonment. I mean, they give him. I don't forget the sentence where they give him. Say because he say making boys retreat. And him to say, we have been fighting here for months. No reinforcement, one. The second, boys don't even get ammunition to face these people. You know, what make our boys without ammunition face people where whole gone? Make the they say why he give them order to retreat. Because if they no retreat, Boko Haram would have killed almost how many boys? They were like 2,000 under that brigade or something. All of them like would just sacrifice for nothing to show say Nigeria they fight. So my cousin supposed just allow them go face Boko Haram, make Boko Haram kill all of them so that government can show that they are fighting. Wasting these boys' lives. My cousin, he has Kuti blood, even though they military, he couldn't. He ordered them to fall back. They cut martial and they demoted. Nothing they don't do my cousin. I don't forget all this news. Because when I say that they quick forget things will happen for this country. Because now African people it happen to. As an African people, now they forget. They don't forget to themselves now African people. Now they forget to themselves. They don't forget the whole drama. When they go finish the government, when they arrest Dasuki, $2.1 billion, 9 days of money of arms, 9 Jonathan divert, take to election. Nobody make them carry Dasuki be that. Nobody make them carry Dasuki after election be that. The NSA chairman, I don't forget that he was in prison for how many years based on say money for fighting Boko Haram with they in hand, where they give to Nigeria over $2 billion, not to be $2 billion. Because Nigerians, I don't know, because all these celebrities they like to now. Oh, I signed $10 million deal. I'm going to see their lives see like this. I have $100 million. And I'm going to see their lives see like this. $1 billion, $1 billion gang. And I'm going to see their life. You know what it be billion. They divert over $2 billion that is supposed to use to fight this terrorism. Take to election, take Bible, buy this. There's Annie, bro. Do not forget this. There's Annie. Now don't forget Desani and Kola Aluko moves now under Jonathan. Because this revisionist history that is being spread in this country is dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It means now we continue to recycle our oppressor. We will continue to recycle on our enemy, thinking that because you want to forget, you want to think one person is better. Now they find who better pass. I told you, you have to live this good and bad game. Live good and bad. Live good and evil. Leave this nonsense moral game you are playing behind. And understand this game is life and death. It is not good and bad. This is not best and worst. It is not evil and angel. This is life and death. But it seems you are life. You not take African life serious. Forget, I repeat, Africans don't take African life serious. Forgetting that you are Africans too. I talk, and that's how we go wake up in the morning for this country. They go say, for one part of our country, 1,000 people were killed. And everybody go still go work the next day. That's how they know that we don't care about ourselves. How can you care about yourself? When you hear, say, the country where you stay, people sleep. Not be say earthquake, not be say flood, not be say thunder strike them. People go kill them for inside this country. 1,000 people for their ass. They don't fight anybody. They don't do anything. People just go kill them. And I will still wake up the next day. You're Ozu, chasing the bag. Chasing the bag, chasing the bag, chasing the bag.
Whoever is in charge of such people will know, say nothing no fit do. Nothing. So all Nigerian politicians know, say nothing they no fit do to una for this country. Say so far some of una still dey. So far they no kill all of una at once. Some of una still dey. No story. Now I go fight on ourselves for them. They know. They know this. Because that's how people can be bringing lies back to life. That's how people can be bringing lies back to life. The concern now occupy Nigeria. Say she won't start occupying Nigeria. Now we come out Jonathan and Sheon and Shore. Now our 3 votes. Now 3 votes. Where we vote, 3 of us. Of which nobody can bring any article in that time that I supported APC. Say, go and vote for Buhari. I support Buhari government. In fact, the one time I remember I was asked about Buhari. Say, Buhari that jailed your father, can you ever support his government? I said, whether I jail my father or not is not my business. If he does what is right for Nigeria, he will have my support. That's what I said. That's the only time where I even remember say anybody asked me. I said, if he does what is right for Nigeria. Now, let's go back to that time of 2015. How old I be in 2015? How old? I was 32 or something like that. My conscious journey just starts. Me, that time, I don't even believe, say, people when they do NG activism, they collect bribe. Because all the activists women I know, now my uncle, my dad, and I know they see them, they collect bribe. The Ganifa Emis, the Femi Falanos. I know they see them, say they call. So many people say activists take days where they collect bribe. I thought they learn, I thought they read books. My eyes just they open for the world. My first protest in Nigeria was held against Raji Fashola. I never by myself say protest Jonathan. No, I know say my governor. The governor of my state is closer to me than Jonathan in Abuja. If you still can go and check the hashtag, we use the hashtag stolen dreams. Stolen dreams. Then we use. That day was May 1st, 2014. May 1st, I can never. We go meet Fashola for where they do Labor Day, May Day. Till today, not to know make Fashola like me. Till today, me I know he doesn't like me. When they try to co-opt me to their agenda, it no work. They stop to invite me to their meeting where they arrange their protest. All this happened on a Friday. We don't go and check. Occupy Nigeria happened on the 11th of January. 11th of January or something. Our protest started. Me, I joined them NLC on the 3rd. All these people not there for the protest. Tell my hail me. What I would hear me say, Chama, babao. Well, yo, just give them some little. And Mama hail me in my ministerial position.
Warfare of Nigerian politics. Perhaps we should all be grateful that the civil rights activist Aisha Yesufu is one woman who remains resolute and will not be pushed around in her quest for social justice. Amid the heavy-handed, ramped-up repression of dissent by law enforcement agents, she has continued to speak truth to power, courageously displaying her David versus Goliath muscle and her undoubted personal charisma, fearlessly bearing witness to the carnage of bad governance under successive administrations and the incineration of the dreams of so many Nigerians. These actions won her the almost fanatical adulation of Nigeria's youth and working classes. But now she's under a different type of attack, not from the government, but from some of her fellow activists who accuse her and the organization she helped to set up, the Bring Back Our Girls campaign, of receiving funding from US aid to destabilize the then government of President Goodluck Jonathan, an allegation she roundly denies and dismisses as tendentious. And I'm suitably delighted to say that Aisha Yusufu joins me now in the studio. How lovely to see you again.
Thank you for having me.
And given that this is the first time I'm actually seeing you this year, although we've spoken, I want to wish you a very happy new year.
Oh, thank you so much. Same to you.
Now, as you know, there are lots of allegations flying around. You've responded to them on your very popular YouTube channel. But lots of allegations flying around about the NGO that you co-convened, the Bring Back Our Girls campaign, allegations that it was sponsored from abroad in an attempt to destabilize the government of President Goodluck Jonathan and ultimately unseat him. What's your reaction to that?
So my first reaction is the fact that the Bring Back Our Girls movement is not an NGO. Neither is it a civil society organization. It's a movement of people who got tired and who were angry that girls that had gone to school were taken away. 276 Chibok girls were abducted. And you know, in all of the things that have been happening recently, a lot more people are coming to the conclusion that indeed there was abduction. Because it took us years. People were saying there was no abduction. So that's one on that one side. So it's a movement. It's not an NGO. And BBOG, the Bring Back Our Girls movement, has never, ever received anything from anyone. We, the members, decided that we were going to self-fund it. We'll put our empathy on the line. We'll put our humanity in. Whatever we need, we will use our own money to do it. What
but there
would
have been contributions made to
by members. No,
right.
Not if you're not a member. Nobody collected anything from you. And Aisha Yusufu, I'll be able to say, because I was a sit-out coordinator for quite a number of time before I became the strategic team strategic team lead of Bring Back Our Girls movement. So I led the movement for some years. I think from around, was it 2015 to like 2018, 19? I'm not sure. And the Bring Back Our Girls movement started on April 30th. 2014, when we marched on the street. And I think it was 18th of March or 19th, I'm not very sure now, of in 2020, that the physical march stopped. We stopped the sit-out. And why was that? Because there was a lockdown by the federal government due to the COVID-19. And all this allegation of us being paid, being sponsored, it's been going on for 11 years. People have said they will check whatever it is that they need to check. We don't have bank accounts. We were not registered. We don't have anything. So in what way were we doing business with you? Said, as in what? As in we're going to collect what? Is it the T-shirt we couldn't buy for ourselves? Or is it the tear gas that the government were sending to us? Or was it the talks that Jonathan government sent to come and beat us at the Unity Fountain that you said we're going to use their word to do what for us? But I think what is happening is the fact that we have a lot of Nigerians who are bereft of empathy, bereft of humanity, who watched girls that went to school being taken away and they did nothing. And for 11 years, they have looked for ways to concoct allegations and say that, oh, BBOG were either funded or whatever, to say that's the reason why they didn't do it. No. The thing is that we all are victims waiting to happen. And the fact that Nigeria refused to come together and put politics aside and focus on the lives of girls that were taken away. They were focused on an incompetent president as of that time, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. They've turned him to a feeding bottle baby that cannot talk, that, oh, he doesn't have any this. Was it you say that told Goodluck Ebele Jonathan that for 19 days he shouldn't talk about Chibok girls that were abducted under him? And I think another thing that a lot of people have forgotten is the fact that before the abduction of Bring Back of Chibok girls, Buniyadi boys had been slaughtered in their school. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and I'm calling him out. He never said a word. How heartless, how callous can you be? Children the terrorists took them there and slit their necks in front of other students. There was a girl that we knew. Her brother was slaughtered in front of her. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan never said a word. His administration spokesperson, they didn't say a word until 2015 when the Bring Back Our Girls movement did an anniversary of that, and that was a few weeks to election. And people sit down. We are focused on the president who didn't protect girls that had gone to school. And one other thing that Nigerians keep forgetting is the fact that at the time that Chibok girls' abduction happened, there was state of emergency in Borno State. Meaning the federal government, the military were more in charge than the governor. Because there were even people who were saying, well, why did they even leave the governor to still be in charge since a state of emergency had been imposed? Because I see a lot of people who say to us, why were you making demands in Abuja? Why didn't you go to Borno? And the first thing I say to such people, what were you doing? Why didn't they go to Borno? Because there's nobody that is meant to come out to protest. Every one of us were supposed to have protested. The federal government, it is when we demand, and this is what we always say, when we were making demands for Chibok girls and we're still doing for the rest that are still not back home, we're not doing them a favor. And it's not a privilege. It's their right as enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for them to have been brought back home. Nigeria failed them by allowing them to be abducted. And the next best thing was to have brought them back immediately, which they didn't do. And we've been on the street and we're still making demands. And I see people who come out, people who are devoid of empathy, like I said earlier. We make accusation that it was political. It was done to remove Jonathan. Really? People died. Jonathan was busy doing his shenanigans. PDP said for 60 years, nobody was going to remove them. They left children to die.
Even if it wasn't at the instigation of U.S. aid, I mean, you did want Jonathan to leave office, didn't you?
There is nothing that connects USAID.
No, I know. I'm saying even if it wasn't at their instigation, you clearly wanted Jonathan out of office, given the things you've just said. I mean, you didn't.
Myself personally, or the movement?
Well, you and
absolutely,
absolutely.
The movement had nothing to do with Jonathan.
Right.
The movement was apolitical, and it maintained that. And one of the things was that at the Unity Fountain where we met, no talk of politics was allowed. And this is the thing: there were people from different political parties. They were all parts of the movement. There was never a time we had political talk. Even I remember Dr. Obi Ezekwesili would always insist, sometimes when members are angry and they're referring to the president with just his name, Goodluck or Ebele or Gigi, she would say, no, you must add the president because he happens to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But Aisha Yesufu, yes, I wanted Jonathan to be removed because he was clueless, he was incompetent, he had failed, there was so much corruption. Nigeria was borrowing money to pay salaries. Nigeria was borrowing money to service debt. We are going through so much. There was such corruption. We had monies that were meant to buy arms, were being used, were being stolen, and all of that. So Aisha Yesufu, I wanted Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to be removed, and I worked towards it. And I do not owe anybody an apology for having the right to use my own, how's that English, inalienable right to vote at an incompetent president. That some people, Nigerians who have turned themselves to oxygen-wasting vessels, who think that they are slaves and they are not citizens, they are calling on me to apologize for voting at an incompetent president just because the people that came after him failed. Well, and this is the thing. Let me just round up on this, Charles. Nigerians, I see now when people are talking, they are comparing Jonathan to Buhari, who is an abysmal failure, and to Tinubu, who has failed woefully. How do you do that? Are they okay? So we should look at the moment somebody fails more, then the other one now becomes better. No, why don't they compare the time that Jonathan was there with the time that Yar'Adua was there and with the time that Obasanjo was there? That's how you do comparison. People sit down and say that, in hindsight, in hindsight, do you know what I expected from the people? Was that Nigerians who say enough is enough and never again. And that anybody who does anyone, we will vote you out. But we had people who sat down and refused to do what they're supposed to do and said that it's other people they want to help them vote out. And for every one of them, I say to you, if you said I voted out Jonathan, why didn't you keep him in? After all, was he not the incumbent? And they were telling us that it would take 60 years without anything. You know what? I just the pain we went through. And let me tell you something. In January, I can't remember the specific day now. In January, 2,000 people were killed in Baga. President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan at that time did not say anything. A few days after, Charlie Hebdo, I can't remember how many, was it 8 or something like that? Yeah. Some people were killed.
In Paris, France.
In France, Charlie Hebdo attack.
The magazine.
Guess what? Goodluck Ebele Jonathan dared, without being afraid of Nigerians. He sent them a message, a condolence message. And that was the time that Malema of South Africa, Julius Malema called him an irresponsible leader. If Nigerians want to sit down and turn themselves to slaves and forget where they're coming from because it had worsened, there are some people who say, oh, Jonathan should have been kept. He's the best thing after Jollof Rice because they could buy tickets for 10,000 naira from Abuja to Lagos. For those people, the message I have is that those who have died, they don't know that ticket is now 300,000. And when they could buy the ticket for 10,000 naira, there were others who couldn't afford it. There were people who were running from insurgency in the Northeast. And there was a woman who had a miscarriage, and she didn't know she had a miscarriage. That was how frightened people were. We had our military, they were running away. Our own military running away from a ragtag army entering Cameroon. What did they call it then? They said it was tactical withdrawal. What did we not see? And today they dare to tell us all sorts of things. Whoever it is, you said whatever, let them go and fight whoever is funding what. The Bring Back Our Girls movement is a movement that is self-funded, and no matter what they try to do, they will not take away the pain that we went through to ensure that Chibok girls are brought back. Well, we have some who are back anyway.
You mentioned the fact that the army was facing a formidable force in Boko Haram. I mean, doesn't it strike you as a bit odd, and perhaps give credence to the allegations of potential funding coming from different places, that I mean, a group like Boko Haram could have become so well armed and so well funded and so well trained to take on a national army such as the Nigerian?
We remember soldiers writing letters to Jonathan and telling him of the corruption that was happening. And they also wrote to Buhari. None of them did anything, telling them of the corruption that were going on. As of that time, we had, even the military would try some of their soldiers who were selling arms to Boko Haram. And so the corruption that was going on there, and we asked a lot. Even when Jonathan said he had sent 20,000, soldiers to the Northeast, the people of the Northeast came out and said they didn't see any 20,000 soldiers. Let me tell you something. I think it was that same 2014 that Iraq did, what was this thing called? When you're, oh Lord, the word, I'm missing the word now, sort of like checking their military, and they fired about 50,000 ghost soldiers. And we're also calling on the Nigerian military to do the same thing. Because when you have ghost soldiers, this is what they don't just take money away from the economy, they also kill lives. Because where they're supposed to be, they're no longer there. So we had an issue whereby it was almost as if there was compromise in the military. And we asked of these things repeatedly, what's going on? Even the Chibok girls, there were countries who came and said they wanted to help bring them back. There were some who said after they did that, they were going to, is it sort of like use gas or something? And the next thing, the terrorists were wearing, gas masks. A lot of people, even in the south, in the northeast, will tell you that when they go give information to the military, before you know what's happening, the informants are the ones who are being killed. We live in Nigeria. We've seen the corruption going on. Even up to today, there have been a lot of allegations of connivance between the military and terrorists. We've seen connivance between custom and smugglers. We've seen connivance between Navy and people who are stealing our oil. We've seen literally, even with EFCC, we've seen a lot of reports on this. Are we talking as if we don't live in Nigeria? Where we've seen security agents who are supposed to protect the people, protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria, protect the people. We connive with the criminals themselves. It's just like when I asked you, let me ask, most of the criminals criminals we have today, a lot of people, there are a lot of reports that they have more sophisticated arms than our police. Is it the same funding that they are receiving? Currently, I think there's something that the Senate is doing, is saying in the police armory, about 3,000 something rifles are missing. The police is saying, no, they're doing back and forth. Who is it that is funding it? Whatever is the funding, you understand? Sure. And bring back our guests, we did a statement. We said we are interested. If you have any evidence or information, not just to make baseless allegation and you have nothing to back it up, because somebody who is known as a conspiracy theorist, you know, say sometimes English, they want to do us anyhow, but anyway, we shall go to school. Someone who is known for conspiracy theory comes out and says something. We as the Bring Back Our Girls movement, anybody that has any evidence that, oh, there's any money that Bring Back Our, we are interested in knowing.
Well, one of the people who's talked about, you know, the Bring Back Our Girls campaign and about yourself was, of course, the investigative journalist David Hundeyin. I mean, I don't want to get bogged down in all the things, because a lot of it is in the media, but there is considerable disquiet in activist circles that you and Mr. Hundeyin are having this kind of debilitating public spat. Those who are unhappy say you're both from the same side, and should be working.
Sometimes our goals align.
And should be working together, not against each other, for the good of Nigeria. What is your reaction?
So for me, because David Hundeyin is not here, I really don't want to waste so much energy. He doesn't have the right to reply, because I like if somebody wants to talk, let's look at each other eyeball to eyeball. So when they say, first of all, I don't even see myself as an activist. I'm an active Nigerian citizen. I want Nigeria to work, and I'll be there to do it. David Hundeyin, like I've said, in the last, I think now this will be the 4th year we've had this, and it's a yearly thing, sometimes twice a year, where he tried, and I've dared him. I did a video, I've written, I said I triple dare David Hundeyin, I quadruple dare him. All the investigation he has done on Aisha Yesufu, let him publish them. You understand? When I talk, I have a big mouth, figuratively and physically, and I love to use it. He has done a lot of investigation. What's our problem? Our problem started in 2021, and the reason was because I said PDP and APC are the same. The same thing in late 2022, he will also agree that PDP and APC are the same. And he has gone at every instant that he does that. I don't have a problem. And if you have evidence, and this is what I've tweeted this, and I've said it in my videos, that why is it that David Hundeyin is an investigative journalist until he comes to Aisha Yesufu? Then he's just left with just dropping in windows and trying to make things that they never match. Can he bring out this evidence? I'm waiting. I've been waiting with popcorn and smoothie, hush smoothies that they sell at Grand Square. I love it. I've been waiting, and I want him to drop whatever evidence that he has. Not to just be making, all of these innuendos and just baseless accusations that don't have anything. If he's Bring Back Our Girls movement, and he said that Bring Back Our Girls movement, if one, then bring out the evidence. Okay, because we know we are self-funded. We are the ones who contributed our money. You know one thing, Charles, you know the thing I love about Nigeria is that Nigeria has capacity to deal with everyone. A lot of people who said there was no Chibok girls abduction, some of them have paid ransom. Unfortunately, some of them have died. Every one of us is a victim waiting to happen. The question I always ask is, who is next? Because yesterday's victims were once survivors. Today's victims were yesterday's survivors. And tomorrow's victims would be today's survivors. Those who thought that when it was happening to Chibok, it was none of their business, say it has reached everybody now. And I ask, is it you say that it's funding what is happening in the Southeast?
Yeah, well, let me move on from that, because you were talking about David Hundeyin, and my question was the disquiet within activist circles, the fact that both of you are having the spat, although you say, obviously, so that the spat is totally unjustified. But you've also had several run-ins recently with other popular Nigerian personalities. I mean, Seun Kuti, who's Afrobeat, son of Fela Kuti, as mentioned, investigative journalist David Hundeyin, former Governor El Rufai. I thought you took aim at governments, not personalities. So,
Charles, shall we are having a nice discussion?
Sure, of course.
If you do anyhow where I did, you will see anyhow. Yes, I don't look for trouble. But when trouble comes looking for me, I grab it. with my
So
two hands,
basically,
and I welcome it.
if
So
if somebody hits you with a stick, you'll hit with a sledge.
I will break every
You'll
bone
hit
in your
with a
hand.
sledgehammer.
I will do it. It's called self-defense. But you see one thing, I
Right.
would never, even as a child, I would never hit you. On the issue of Shehu Kuti, he did a video. We went for an interview. I'm not even going to go. I've done that one in my YouTube video. We went for an interview, and he decided to take a jab at me, feeling that, oh, Omo, he grew up in, what's that thing they call the shrine, and he's feeling ghetto. I grew up in the ghetto. We had no food. We were eating insults as food. So if you come to me that you want to now say, I'm not going to lie down low for you. So he came to me, he came at me, and I gave it to him. In the case of El-Rufai was governor and decided that he wanted to be an emperor. Small governor that they gave him, he entered, he said, Shay is out now. The same El-Rufai, I think it was 2020 or 2019, that said to me that I'm jobless and I don't have address. He's also jobless, he doesn't have address. All of us now, we don't have address. Who is the next person that you say? So that one came at me. I don't have a problem with anyone, but if you come at me, I'm not going to leave you. And one thing is that there are people who sort of like want people to behave in a certain way. And there's something about me that annoys a lot of people, and I'm okay with it, because if you go to my Twitter profile, it says I don't do labels. I say it as it is. My mom says in my court, nobody wins. You will either love me or hate me, and either one is perfectly okay, because I have enough love for myself. I tell people, you can't say I like Aisha. You always say, oh my goodness, I love her. Or, oh my God, I hate her. And I'm okay. I love dissenting opinions. But for some people, my consistency has been a problem to them. Because for 10 years, they've been saying that, oh, we will show you who Aisha is. Aisha is not who you think she is. And I'm like, bring it on. I don't have a problem. And in everything that I do, because I saw one of the tweets that David Hunde did, he was saying that, oh, they will now remove the label. Oh, some people are now forced to remove the label of NSAS, an obedient movement. I don't need NSAS label. Neither do I need obedient label. I don't need label. I'm the label. I am Aisha Yusufu. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing more.
I might add that on Twitter, X, you have more than 2 million followers. But let me just say this, because we're almost out of time. Given that you have not had a chance to lead this country, or to put the people you believe will lead this country properly, and as a result, from your perspective, the wrong people have been leading this country and appear poised to do so going forward, do you have much faith in the future of Nigeria?
Absolutely, I do. I do. You see, that's why I think a few days ago I did a tweet and I said my focus is on the younger generation, 20 years and below. I mean, the Nigerian youth are amazing. They are doing so much. I will tell you something. In recent years, I've not really been as active on Twitter as I used to be, because they are taking on issues on their own. So that for me, that's what it is. I don't want to be the one doing this, and I want a lot of people who are empowered, to do it. And that's why I kept saying Nigeria does not need more activists. Nigeria needs more active, citizens. Because we are such an amazing country, and all we've had is the leadership that has not worked, and there's so much that Nigeria has to give. And if we're able to get that leadership, like, people will be shocked at how things will suddenly, turn. Nigeria is a great, amazing country, and for me, I am ready to put in the work. There's this thing they call, I don't know, they say cho. I don't do cho. I put in the work, and I'm ready to roll my sleeves and get that work done. And that's, for me, those are part of the things that I'm really doing now. How do we get more people into the National Assembly? How do we get more people into political offices? And I'll always be there. I say, people, I don't want to be right. I want a nation that works. I'm a very selfish person in the sense that I don't want to help anybody. I want people to not need my help. Calling me to tell me you are hungry, calling me to tell me you have not been able to pay school fees. Why? If you have enabling environment for you to be able to earn the money to pay the school fees, you will not call anybody. And that's the Nigeria, that I'm looking for, I'm ready to work for. And there are people that I will oppress them. Even the fact that I'm breathing air. And I will continue to do that. I will not, even as a child, I never dimmed my light for anybody. Even when they beat me, when you finish beating me, I'll continue what I do. So Aisha Yusufu, we continue to speak. We continue to stand on issues that I want to stand on. I will stand on it. And the thing is that I think also another thing that annoys a lot of people is that they don't know how to cancel me. Charles, I've never collected funds from anyone. I have an organization called Citizens for. I fund it myself. What I can do, I do it. I've never, there's no organization that, is it grants? I've never collected grants. I've never done contract with government. Even my social media, I've never
But how do you
had to
fund
collect.
the things you do?
I am a businesswoman.
Right.
Let me tell you something, Charles, and I think Nigerians keep missing this part. If I didn't have money, if I was not financially independent, I would never have spoken on Nigeria issue. I grew up in the ghetto. I grew up poor. I go to school in the morning without breakfast. Coming up, I had no lunch. So I knew I needed to make my own money. The first time, I was already financially independent before I started speaking for Chibok. Person when no get money, they talk. Before I started speaking for Chibok girls. So for me, I'm a businesswoman. If people want to know, I'm a businesswoman. I sell, I've been doing distribution. I've been doing business. This year will make it 25 years. 2000 was when I started. I used to go to Dubai, buy things and bring. I started distributing in 2002. There are some businesses that I've been doing for over 22 years. I build houses, I sell. If you have anybody that wants to buy houses, I have flats, I think now are like 6, the one's complete reason why anybody, I can look anybody eyeball to eyeball and say the things I want to say the way it's supposed to be
Right,
said.
but of course, I mean, a lot of the people who are your opponents, if I might use that term, are protected by badges, uniforms, and all the myriad trappings of a government in power. They are, of course, sworn to be duty-bound and to uphold the law, but we all know that they often cheat and bend the law. Does that force you to cheat and bend the law as well yourself?
Absolutely.
In the process of fighting against them?
Absolutely not. Because this is the thing. If you bend the law, you won't have moral justification to speak. I remember, was it 1999, I think? Yeah, when I was doing my youth service. They overpaid me. NYC overpaid me. When I was returning that money, everybody was making fun of me. Even the bank, it was called People's Bank, defunct People's Bank. That was where I was acting. It was a problem. Even the people at NYC, they were fighting me. It was like these people dropping in randos. There's no evidence accusing. I've had this accusation for the last 11 years as Nigerians. That when Nigeria works, it's for the benefit of all of us.
And that's a good note to end on. We're almost at the end of this interview. Fascinating as always talking with you. But I need to ask you this briefly because I was reading up on you on the internet. I noticed that your middle name is Somtochukwu, which is Igbo, and your husband's middle name is also Igbo or Sigwe. How come?
Oh, okay. So for me, I chose Somtochukwu. But my husband's middle name is Osigwe. That's Esako. It means I'm looking unto God. It just appears similar to the Igbos
so
also have
that's not Igbo,
No,
but
it's
yours
not
is
Igbo.
Igbo. You chose
mine is Igbo, yes. I chose Somtochukwu to add to my name. There are quite a number of this thing. I think when the time the former president had put out that message that said he was going to apply the 1967 treatment to the people of the Southeast, the tweet that was deleted by Twitter that later led him to ban Twitter. You know, we were like,
President Buhari.
Yes, former President Buhari.
Right.
So I was like, I'm Igbo, and I chose that particular name.
Right,
and also there's also a reason why I chose that name. But I love it, so that's my middle name.
Okay.
Somtochukwu.
On that note, I want to thank you very much indeed. We're deeply grateful to you for taking the time to come and talk to us. Aisha Yesufu is a popular Nigerian civil rights activist. I know you don't like that term.
Yeah, I just like an active Nigerian citizen.
And she's an active Nigerian.
Another Iroko has fallen. The Pan-Niger Delta Forum PANDEF leader, E.K. Clark, died at 97 on Monday in Abuja, according to a statement signed by Professor C.C. Clark for the family. The statement read, the Clark Fuludu Berekedemo family of Kiagbodo Town, Delta State, wishes to announce the passing of Dr. Senator Edwin Kiagbodo Clark, OFR, CON, on Monday, 17 February 2025. The family appreciates your prayers at this time. Other details will be announced later by the family. In case if you missed it, once again, for the sake of those that are just joining us, the Pan-Niger Delta Forum leader died at the age of 97. We're talking about Edwin Clark, according to a statement signed by Professor C.C. Clark for the family. The statement read, the Clark Fuludu Perekedemo family of Kiagbodo Town, Delta State, wishes to announce the passing of Chief Dr. Senator Edwin Kiagbodo Clark, OFR CON, on Monday, 17 February 2025. The family appreciates your prayers at this time. Other details will be announced by the family. Just a brief on him, his involvement in the political process began with pre-independence period when he was elected as councillor for Bomadi in 1953. He joined the National Council of Nigerian Cameroons, NCSC, while as a student in Holborn College. He was active in the West African Students' Union. After the military coup in January 1966, Clark was among the group of delegates from the Midwest who opposed the idea of confederation that were raised at the Adult Constitutional Conference set up by Yakubu Gowon in 1966. During the Second Republic, he was a member of the National Executive Committee of National Party of Nigeria, NPN, and was the treasurer of the party in Bendel States. Beginning in 1996, Clark has been a self-described leader of the Ijaw nation. He has supported the Ijaw ethnic group in Delta States during an ethnic crisis in Warri, and has led Ijaw leadership delegation to meet political leaders. He was the founder of Edwin Clark University, which was established in 2015. Like I was saying, the end of an era, or the end of a phase in Nigeria's history. Only a couple of days we talked about Pa Ayadebanjo. Almost of the same age, now Pa Ike Clark, another Iroko has fallen. These were men that had convictions and they stood for it and they fought for it. In a nation where people are agips, any government in power, and all they're after is to suck the nectar of state's power. These men stood for their convictions. They were very strict. They were very austere. They didn't believe in the trappings of state paraphernalia. For them, it was about their conviction and the conviction of their people.
How do you think the passing of Edwin Clark will impact the fight for true federalism? And how do leaders like yourself wish to uphold his vision and the principles that all he stood for?
Well, let me first and foremost thank God Almighty that called him home, and I'm sure he will grant him eternal rest. Amen. And grant us the fortitude and continue to bless his family. He lived and died for Nigeria. He loved Nigeria. And he consistently preached and fought for a better governance of Nigeria based on justice, based on equity, based on care for all. Like I did say inside, we're fast losing the voices, strong voices, that we're able to fight, even at the risk of their life, at the risk of losing everything, refuse to be compromised in speaking the truth, in speaking for justice. And for us, it's now becoming imperative that we have to live their life if we want a better Nigeria.
All right, so now how do leaders like you hope to uphold everything's power Edwin Clark fought for and stood for? And how do you think this will impact the political space, especially for his fight for true federalism at this point in time?
For us to remain consistent in speaking the truth, fighting for justice, fighting for equity, fighting for a new Nigeria that is possible.
On the journey into the journey beyond. To your question, the feeling is very bad.
Nigeria. Those were his last words. We'll continue to miss him. We just want to inform the press that we may not have any detail to give to you with respect to the next line of action. However, the family and the regional body PANDEF is interacting. On behalf of Professor College Clark and Ambassador Godnozi Gali, who is the national chairman of PANDEF, Professor College Clark, who is the head of the Clark Fuludu Bekederemo family of Kiagbodo, of Burutu local government of Delta State, hereby officially let you know that our daddy has passed on. He has lived an impactful life. Every Nigerian can testify that Chief Clark fought for the common man. He believed that everybody should be treated equally. He believed that nobody should be treated like a second-class citizen in his own country. That was what he fought for. Of course, without being told, you all know the various positions he has occupied. But right from his youthful age, as a teacher, as a headmaster, and as a commissioner in Midwest and Bender, and as a senator in Federal Republic of Nigeria, that the Clark had always believed in one thing. He believed in the unity of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you.
With those that have no hope, Baba has only gone to rest. And the Bible says that the Lord take the righteous away before the days of evil. So before the pain of the sickness will be deep on him, before the pain of the sickness will be so much on him, and will start carrying him all about, the God said, no, I won't allow my son to go through this pain. I think I'd rather call him to myself. So the Lord had decided to save us that trouble. And I started to call him up. I'm sure now, in the paradise, he'll be looking at us and smiling. Because he's no more going through pain. He's no more going through sorrow. He's no more going through any trouble or difficulty of anything. He will be smiling at us and seeing us. And I'll be sure he's right beside the angels now, standing, walking, seeing all of us. So let us know more with those that have no hope. God has called a legend to be with him. He has given us what we need to do. Baba is a man that takes no nonsense. Politically, religiously, family-wise. He has given us what we need to do. And I think the only way, and one of the best ways we can celebrate him, is to live in that legacy that he has left for us. He has left us a legacy. And we have to keep ourselves in that legacy. Be straight. Be godly. Be righteous. Tell the truth at all times. Stick with the truth at all times. Anytime, either taking or not taking, stick to it. Because for Baba, the truth paid for him. It paid for him. And so, let us know more with those that have no hope. We have hope. That at the end of it all, by the time God called all of us, so that all of us can rise together with him, and that together we'll be with him, and we'll celebrate at the end of it all. But it is my prayer that as his family is experiencing this loss at this time,
the Lord will fill us with his words of comfort. He will grant us the strength that we need. And he will grant us that ability, the understanding and the knowledge to know at the time is coming that whatever it is that is of him is of him. And the grace of the Lord shall be sufficient for us in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of God the Father, amen, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thus, your father, the late Governor Samuel Obamudia, brought Chief Clark to limelight, and he has actually left a very heavy legacy on the landscape of Nigerian politics. Now, as someone who has been there right from the beginning, how did Chief Edwin Clark's activities and achievements impact on your life as a person?
On my, well, thank God for his life, and he is a great man. And himself and my father were brothers. They worked together in terms of development of the Midwest region. Edo Delta, including parts of Bayelsa, even, let me say, Kogi is now central, not central. But it's a very bitter, touching experience for all of us that we lost Daddy today. And what can we say? We are here to learn from him. And also, the only plea I will make is that our present government, both at the federal or the states, they should learn from him. Because at the age of 98, he was still relevant and making very important points. So I want to say my condolences to the family, including myself, extended family, everybody. Condolences to Edo and Delta State, parts of Bayelsa State. In fact, my father used to call him the one-man riot squad when Uniben was founded, because he was the sole administrator then, University of Benin. So I just thank God for his life, and from here we pray that there's peace, progress, and prosperity for Nigeria, the family, friends, and well-wishers. God bless you. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Thank you very much for your time with us today. Today is Tuesday, 18th February 2025. Just yesterday here, we dedicated our platform for Pa Ijaw Adebanjo. That same yesterday night, Pa Edwin Clark left this world as well at the age of 97. You see, my take on this is just straightforward. My take, because we have few, very, very few leaders, elders that have been speaking for us. Very, very few. Unfortunately, from that few, extremely few, two of them is gone. A lot of people have failed us in our country. Our leaders, both past and present, 99.9% of them have failed us. Our religious leaders, 99.9% of them have failed us. Our traditional leaders, 99.9% of them all have failed us. Our elders, 99.9% of them all have failed us. So the minimum margin left, two of them, they're gone. That's why you can see, according to my title, I put it there, prominent Ijaw leader, the voice of the voiceless, Pa Edwin Clark, is dead, gone. This happened so quick between both of them, Pa Ijaw Adebanjo and Chief Pa Edwin Clark. Very, very sad. Some of you might see it like now, oh, okay, not be my papa, it's okay, don't go, may so rest in peace, everybody just move on easily. But if we have to look at it holistically, there's nothing you can really do because he lived a good life. He left us a very, very good footprint. These are the kind of people I want to look up to. It's just like small as I am today, I've been building my own name since I was born. Or rather, since where I know it that they do for life, might put on like that. I can never, not because of you listening to me now, I cannot offend you. I'm talking to myself, my soul, and my God. I can never, I repeat, never bring myself low to that extent to work against the people and work for this satanic set of people. When I know that death is inevitable, just check it. A lot of them that have worked against us, many of them are gone. The few, minimum few that have worked for us, they're also going. It's sad. I've said this so many times. For you listening to me today, you already know you will not live forever. Right? Whether you want to hear it from me or not, or if you want to say, oh, we don't hear this word, I beg, make I off my TV first, I'll come back later. It's up to you. Whether you like it or not, death is inevitable. The painful part of thing that you can think of in life is to know that somehow, someday, one day you are gone. You will be gone. 100 years from now, everybody listening to me right now will not be alive anymore. 100 years from now. Or rather, 100 years from now, 99.9% of everybody will be alive today, not go their life again. You see, we work so hard, we cause people's pains to achieve whatever we want to achieve, we steal from people, we engage in criminalities, we engage in satanism, we engage in every kind of thing just to acquire wealth for ourselves. Even those of us that have worked legitimately well for what we have today, do you know that whenever it crosses your mind that somehow, someday, you will leave this thing on earth one day? It's so painful. It's painful. Some of you go hurt your fellow human being, you say nothing they happen, let them go to hell and burn to ashes. Look at Pa Edwin Clark, died at the age of 97. If I'm not mistaken, some are saying 98, some are saying 97, but I'm working with 97 because I got that from Arise TV. Anybody who achieved that age before you leave this world, people like that should be celebrated. Only if you live a good life, because we have satanic people who still achieve those kind of age anyway. I ask myself, how did they manage to achieve this kind of age? Satanic, evil people. Some of them, they reach 100 years, you now be asking, what's it up now? How this a party reach that age? 2023, I get to know these people better. This is our Papa with your common, so Pa Ijaw Adebayo and Pa Edwin Clark. That's why I told you that Peter Obi did not just come into this picture of a thing, I want to become president and all that. Peter Obi came into the picture to expose so many things to you and I that we're not aware about. Yeah, there are so many things with me, particularly myself. Even though I'm a journalist, I study film and media, I've practiced journalism for almost a decade now or more, and I'm a good researcher and all that. Upon all that, I don't know these two like that. They are just people that I scan through. I just scan through them. Okay, Payo, okay, I just pass. But I don't know who he is. I'm not interested. I just move on. Oh, Pa Adebayo, okay, that's fine. Let's just move on. Peter Obi came into the picture to open our eyes to know the kind of leaders we have, how we can differentiate them. Very sad. May his soul rest in peace. Very, very sad. Because this one shocked me this afternoon. I want to comment this afternoon, but I could not. I was at work, but I would have been able to do it from work, just a 5 or 10 minutes video. But I just say, God, I know it. I'll just wait till 7.
Because it's shocking. Just yesterday, my lovely brother gave us Amade left a wonderful poem for Payo Adebayo, not knowing that today we have another one. My people, what are you going to learn from this? Because I'll not be your pastor now, you're not going to take my word serious. Right? So you wait till this one they talk. But it's the fact. What are we going to learn from this? In fact, everything that is currently happening, not just in Nigeria, but across the world. What are you learning? What are your preparation? What are you doing? How are you touching lives positively? Even though, if you check these two that just left us now, they lived a very, very good life. Sad. Now we are still having some of our satanic politicians in Lagos fighting for their satanism, fighting for their selfish interests, while some gullible Lagosians or Nigerians think that these people are actually fighting for your own benefit, not knowing they are fighting for their selfish interest. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I appreciate you all, my people. God bless you all. It's good to have you guys here today. Thank you very much, Mother, for all Mommy Diaspora. Good evening to you, Mommy. Thank you very much for all that you do for us here every day. We appreciate you and we love you so much. Thank you, everyone right there. Thank you. God bless you all. Kiss the hierarchy. I've showcased everybody already. I just need to move on. Amazing Grace, it's been a while. It's good to hear from you. Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thanks for the gift of life. Thank you very much, Peggy Mondi, and Gabriel, and many others. And God, I will bless all of them. My people, Mr. Johnson, Emmanuel, Eva Line, Georgia Fosa, Pius Moye, and many, many others that I know that I've showcased already. Mother Rita, my brother, Black Panther. God bless you all, my people. I would like us to move on right now. Let's listen to what is currently going on right now in Lagos. As you can see, we have another title right there that I got this evening, that even the newly elected speaker have resigned. Now, the question is, was she forced to resign? Was she kicked out? Or she just decided to resign after all this buzz? Let's take this quickly.
To the crisis that rocked the Lagos State House of Assembly on Monday after Mojisola Meranda, the first female speaker of the House, could not access her office amid rumors of her possible resignation. Meranda was elected Speaker of the Lagos Legislature following the removal of Mudashiru Obasa. Her election has since been controversial. Security operatives reportedly sealed her office on Monday following reports that Mudashiru Obasa planned to resume as Speaker. Amid the commotion, Meranda walked into the Assembly complex to the cheers and applause of lawmakers and some members of staff.
Morning, sir. Madam Speaker!
Around the premises following reports that Obasa was going to resume as Speaker, despite the fact that this woman has rejected the resignation. But in the meantime, a chaotic scene broke out ahead of plenary session on Monday as some members of staff and sergeants at arms chased away DSS operatives from Lagos Assembly Chamber. Let's take a look. complete show of shame, really. I mean, I actually enjoyed your guest today who said maybe the script changed, because who actually invited these people? What sort of disgrace is this? Sorry, your state of excellence.
Let's go there.
I don't know what
them when
really
it's time.
is going on.
Sort out
I mean,
issue.
what is the DSS turning themselves into at this moment? But let me take a tweet now. This is from Badebo Rose Viber. He wrote, this is his tweeting part. He wrote, the brazen display of force at our state's legislative chamber represents a dangerous assault on democratic institutions and the principle of separation of powers. The deployment of security forces to intimidate elected representatives and interfere with legislative functions is reminiscent of our dark days under military rule and has no place in a democratic society. And that is on point, really. And I believe that everyone on this table would agree with that tweet, saying, I mean, this is really, really flouting the democratic rules at this point. But before I come to you, Professor Killer, during the Monday's plenary, members of the Lagos State House of Assembly passed a vote of confidence in the House Speaker, Mojisola Meranda.
In favor, say aye. Aye.
So at the end of the day, what is really causing this commotion? Mudashiru Obasa. Let me just take one more reaction before I come to you, and this is from Prince de Lagos. He wrote, Dear Mudashiru Obasa, your desperation to remain in office as Speaker after 10 years is shameful and leaves a bad taste in the mouth. You are nobody's lord, and your hereditary elevation as Speaker only makes you first amongst your colleagues who are electorally your equals. It is indeed a great virtue for a servant of fortune to know when to quit, especially when the ovation is loudest. You have never been the most brilliant, or most articulate, or even the best representative of his people in the Lagos Assembly. You have only been lucky and favored by grace. Shouldn't that be enough reason to count your wins and move on with your life? The prince is asking Mudashiru Obasa some pertinent questions. Go ahead.
Well, I think those questions could be directed to most Nigerian politicians.
Okay, most Nigerian politicians.
Because if you look at, you will talk about Lagos Assembly, we look at the Senate or the House of Reps. I want viewers to think of any quotable quote from our legislators. You know, what inspiring.
All right. You see that quote, that write-up from that person asking all those questions, you need to leave your desperation and all that, blah, blah, blah. I would call that particular person an ignorant. You know why I would call that person ignorant? Ignorant is not a bad word. For some of you that doesn't know what it means, it's not a bad word. It's an ignorant. You know why? Not knowing that Obasa is not doing whatever he's doing today by himself. There are people, these people, where you and I, they look up to. We tell them, say, whether by fire, by force, you must be there. You see? So some people are blaming Obasa. No, now they don't tell us, say, you must be there. Even though Obasa say, some of you want to talk about integrity, you can still say you don't want anymore and just walk away. Obviously, has he ever built integrity for himself before in the past? Do you know that when you dine with Satanism, this same satanic set of people can use you for any Satanism tomorrow? And when you refuse, now that one they call for Benin, you don't buy market, you don't price, and you must pay. So Obasa, I don't have any issue you blaming him, but know that there is power from above that is telling him that. Yeah?
Naija watch. There is no way, you know, if you play my after we brought Obasa, they remove Obasa, and I spoke one word there. that everything that comes out of our mouth is make them not take it lightly, because Inayi and Tinubu started from councillor, rose to this position, and the way I see it is the next governor. Whether they like it or not, is the next governor that will play the card for Baba to be in 2027. This card has started now. He can't afford to lose a strong man that comes with a block vote from one of the largest local government in Lagos State, Agege. He not feel lose them.
Anyway, let's move on. Thank you very much, my dear brother, for that. But I need to stop that video right there so that we can just move on now. Although I may still get another video, but I want us to start talking. There's a video I wanted to play yesterday. I postponed it for today. Now I'm postponing it again for tomorrow. But I will certainly play that video. But not today anymore, because we've crossed so many lines. Or rather, so many meanings already. Thank you very much, my people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I appreciate you all right there. Thank you very much, George Blueshare, for the super chat earlier on. Guys, help us to press on the like button, help us to share, press on the dollar sign, encourage what we do here. God bless you all, my people. I appreciate every one of you. But meanwhile, I'd like to quickly take this article here so that we can just move on. I have, let me see if I have any article anyway. Okay, I have this one, which I put there as a title, but I would just like to quickly put it on the screen. Bear with me, guys. Let me do this. I'm only going to take on headlines, and I'm done so that we can move on. As you can see there, Impeached Mudashiru Obasa likely to return as newly elected Speaker Mojisola Meranda resigns. The newly elected Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, Mojisola Meranda, has resigned from her position after the pressure. As we see, my people, what do I know? I have another article here concerning our big brother, Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, this is coming from Vanguard. Was published today. Kanu raises alarm, alleges trick by federal government to perpetually hold him down. Leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has drawn attention to what he described as serial executive and judicial fraud being perpetrated against him since his extraordinary rendition in 2021. In an open letter addressed to Nigerians yesterday, Kanu said, unquote, in the judgment entered on March 1st, 2017, the Federal High Court, Abuja, ruled that the IPOB is not an unlawful group at the time. It received widespread publicity, which can be verified. This landmark ruling made by the court before it turned unjust emanated in criminal proceedings that required proof beyond reasonable doubt, and in which the federal government and my humble self presented our respective cases. Alas, instead of the federal government going on appeal as the law mandated, if they are dissatisfied with the judgment, the former Attorney General Abubakar Malami went behind closed doors with a letter signed by the late Abba Kyari and got IPOB proscribed, tagged a terrorist group in an ex-parte proceedings that conducted without notice to me or to the IPOB. This abominable incident was the earliest sign yet that the government and its judiciary have struck an unholy and fraudulent alliance to deny me my right and thereby imperil the life and liberty of millions who identify with IPOB. Then he went on, this one long. Now, which I for like make I read, but I don't know when I cut and short, because now the Kanu does speak here. On October 26, 2022, a federal high court declared my extraordinary rendition and detention as unconstitutional, stating that the manner of arrest and detention of the applicant, Nnamdi Kanu, in Kenya is continued detention in Abuja, is subjection to physical and mental trauma by the respondent, the inhuman and degrading treatment meted out to the applicant amount to a brazen violation of the applicant's fundamental right to dignity of his person and threat to life under Section 34 1A of the 1999 Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. Then Nnamdi Kanu went on. The court further ordered the federal government to apologize to me and pay me compensation in a responsible society and where ordered run by a responsible government, this judgment is sufficient to have ended my lengthy detention and encouraged the federal government to constructively engage me on the issue of the self-determination agitation that triggered this whole saga. I will stop it right there. I'll stop it right there. But in case you want to read more. Now, wow. Please, guys, can you do it for me again today? Please. Can you bombard the comment section with Free Nnamdi Kanu now? I'm going to start it myself. Sorry, guys, if I'm using this to inconvenience some of you. Now, wow. Okay. I just did. You can copy how I wrote it there. I want you to do the same, please, guys. And I'm going to pin mine for those of you going to join the broadcast today so that you can do the same thing. This is sad. This man is not representing himself right now. And he's crying in the wilderness and nobody's listening to him. That's the saddest part of all. He's crying, nobody's listening to him. Okay, what do I know? I'd just like us to move on. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Now God bless you. I'd like us to start talking. Let me pick, let me see if anybody want to call in. If anyone want to call in, please, can you just call in now? Or I move on straight to the panel, so that we can start talking. Please just do the same. Please do the same. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Hashtag before writing up. Okay, I'll move on to the panel. Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask this lady. You mean say she resigned now from Lagos?
Yes, that's what I just read.
You don't say don't resign since morning.
Why now?
Baba don't call him now. They ask why.
Man, we're in trouble in that country, man.
All right. The first person on the panel is Black Panther. Black Panther, I better talk to us, my brother. Good evening to you. You have your 8 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me? If I break, tell me.
Yes, you are good. You are good.
I want to thank you for bringing. Today it's another day again that God has made for us. Despite the situation, we are going to give glory and thanks to the Father for He's the author and finisher of our faith. I want to thank everybody that has come out here today. I want to thank most especially Ijaw. God will come to strengthen you. I want to thank Mommy Diaspora. More grace to you, Mommy. You continue to be a blessing to us and we'll continue to lift you up there because we are your children. I want to thank the commenters. Please, hashtag, please, Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Hashtag, Free Nnamdi Kanu now. Wherever you go, put that hashtag on your Twitter, Facebook, whatever network you are engaged in, please put that hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu now. I want to start by saying I want to give special condolence to the family of Pa Edwin Clark. Another Iroku has been taken from us by our Most High God. And we are glad and we are celebrating him because he has left a life and he has left that torch of liberty. He has handed it over to us. These are men. This is a man that has been consistent. These are the last of the generation that were there when the amalgamation was carved out. I think this is one of the last one we have
that is gone now. And we are here. We are saying, God Almighty, we thank you. The gap that he has left shall be filled up. It's already filled up by us that believe in truth and are consistent with truth. That believe that we need to do the needful for this country to be well and everybody will rejoice in this country. We need to do the needful. And the needful is to say the truth to power. And the needful is for us to come together as great people, black race. We are all black. We are not of different color. Come together and amalgamate and say how the walk towards greatness shall be. We need to do that. If we don't do it, it is going to be what Nnamdi Azikiwe postulated, and that postulate is still there. It's either we go the right way or we allow the postulate to take its place. We need to continue in what we are doing because we are filling a gap that the generation, both Edwin Clark and Papa that left on Valentine's Day, we are feeling it because we have learned a lot from them. And may God gives us the wisdom that surpasses human wisdom to be able to, continue this race with the touch of liberty they've handed over to us. They've seen the freedom flag. They've seen the promised land. But they did not walk in it. But they have given us the touch of liberty to go in there and walk in the promised land. If we do so, and so. And we need to do that thing that they consistently do. Truth will make us get to that promised land. We must continue to fight the fight of faith. We must continue to fight the fight of hope. We still have hope. Against all odds, we have hope. Because we know the God that we serve. It's a God of hope. I want to thank the family for giving us support to celebrate a great son of Africa. A son that have tilled the soil of Africa. Tilled the soil so great that we thought he was going to become weary, but he became stronger when at his old age. That is all of us pray for. To be old and energetic. To be old and have his sense intact. To be old and still be preaching truth. That is what we pray for every one of us to be. And thank God we are following the footsteps of the great heroes that have slept, that are sleeping in the bosom of the Lord today. Yes. May his perfect soul, his great soul, rest perfectly in the hands of the Lord. I want to say here on Lagos State today, yes. If every one of us should go to when Obasa was removed, I made one talk. Some people were against the thought that they were against it. I knew where I was coming from because I know the track of this Obasa man. These are one of the screwdrivers that Agbado uses to screw the engine of Lagos State and put it to benefit them. If it were you and I, maybe we are standing in the path of truth, and something like this to a great man that speaks truth, something like this happened to him. He was out of the country, and because of selfish intention of some people that were left behind, they remove him without not passing through due process. Because due process, before you can remove a governor, it takes weeks. It takes investigation. It takes proper, diligent, due process to now come to a round conclusion. But what do we have? Because of greed, because money has exchanged hand, they hurriedly took him because they knew that he wasn't around. If he was around, it would have been impossible. But now, look at it. Let's go to their own page. These are corrupt entities. These are corrupt kingdom. And we know that you cannot remove a man that is like, it's a screwdriver for the president in Lagos State where he lost, but he never lost that Agege local government to him, to anybody. Obasa is a soldier. He's one of the generals of this present government. And people were saying his son. No, he said he is not interested in, he is not fighting for the governor, but is he too small to become the governor of Lagos State? Those are strong political statements. Let us see now, if that man become a governor of Lagos State, will it not be a strong stronghold that will still hold Lagos State? Will Tinubu's son be able to hold Lagos State the way Obasa will hold Lagos State? The answer is no. Because the intrigues, the manipulation, the rigging, his son doesn't know it. And nobody wants to spoon feed anybody. So the race for governorship of Lagos State has been cleared by the Godfather himself. And he has cleared it that this is the person he wants. That is why the long stick was thrown, and the woman had to do what? Resign. Because the woman was that woman doesn't have any, just like ordinary person playing on the street of Lagos, say, oh, you come and become a member of the house. That is how they brought the woman. But Obasa went from a councillor to chairman of a local government for more than 2 consecutive tenure before he now went to the house. He lost going to the House of Rep because he has to step down for his own brother to be there. He left a lot of position for somebody to be senator. That is why he needs to be compensated, because this is the way they play this Lagos State APC. Then it's turn by turn. But when you step down, nobody should push you out of your position. This is how Lagos State politics is. It's either you go for this or you go for that. If he can step down for Senate and Rep, what do you think he'll be eyeing? It is the governorship position. That is how the game is played in Lagos State. That is how APC is played. It's turn by turn. Obasa is a strong person. You cannot throw him aside because he's one of the henchmen of the president. The founding father of APC in Lagos State. When you talk about APC, you bring Obasa in. You cannot take him out. He's a stronghold. Despite his corrupt nature and the way they rule, we still need to talk on it. This is the game plan. Baba is putting his henchmen everywhere. It should not be surprised to me if that former speaker, the lady speaker now, will be taken up and they will give him a senator, they will give him a ministerial position. It will be surprised to me. That is the way they compensate themselves. They will give him one position. Everybody say, you don't right. That is how they do it. Turn by turn. Nobody cries. It will look as if they are crying. They are not crying. They've settled. Baba would have told him, oh, don't worry. I'll give you ministerial position or I'll give you one department. Simple. The woman will grab it because it's not the position that they are grabbing. They are grabbing the money because they are going there to loot. That's all. That's the way Nigerian politics is played. And that is why we should be consistent with the truth. We should continue to fight. There's no limitation in our speaking out. There's no limitation in our fighting. We cannot limit our hope. We continue to have hope. Now one day we'll get it. And we must get it. The Israelites labored for more than 400 years. They labored in slavery. But they got their freedom and got to the promised land. Yes, we can do it. We can. Despite all hope has been lost. Let's play the power of the audacity of hope. We can use that audacity of hope to get to where we are going. If we do the right thing, if we are all focused that we need to get the fundamentals of this nation right before we can get there. And what are the fundamentals? We need to come and harness our potentials, come together and say what we want our country to look like and the laws we want to put in place for the African man, for a black man, for a Nigerian, that every one of us should be respected. When last did you see the national flag brought to halfway? Was it not when a president died in Nigeria? As the flag of Nigeria come to half space for a common Nigerian? No. That will tell you that You are not in country yet. Go to Europe, come to America. If just a child of 2 years old or even 1 year old, that circumstance, besides 10 seconds, sir, that come down like that, the flag in the entire United States will be brought down to halfway. That's a country. Are we a country? The answer is no. So let's fight towards that country that we believe in, that we hope for. Let's fight together and have a common goal and drive this ship to the main place and dock with success. And the liberty, touch of liberty, we'll put it there and say, yes, we have made it. That's the audacity of hope. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ijaw, for giving me extra seconds. Thank you.
All right, my brother, appreciate you. Thank you very much, Black Panther. God bless you. Thanks for that wonderful submission. Appreciate you. Okay, guys, I would like us to take call right now. Love of God is my strength. I'm trying to return your call. I just hope you pick on time because I'm moving on with the panelists right now. Okay, love of God is my strength is not there, so let's move on. I'd like to call on the next panelist to talk to us. I want to be Ferdinand. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Good evening to you. I can see right there. Okay, you're calling back. Hello, good evening to you, madam. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Let's hear from Augustine. Thank you, sir, for your time with us today. Good evening to you. Please talk to us, sir.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Niger Watch. Thank you, everybody. All protocols duly observed. Yes, I listened to what happened yesterday. I couldn't come in. I came back late, almost 11 p.m. So today, because of I want to pay my own tribute to the departed Ayo Adebanjo. I had to because people will say normally when you know somebody, you can say it's like a father to me. I did not meet him in person, but I followed his utterances, whatever he says. And this days back to the years of Nadeko. That's when the name rang a bell to me, alongside Bolige. I started listening to them. Then I just know as Ayo Adebanjo and all those things. And the Olanihu Ajayi, all of them, Nadeko Abraham Adesoya. But I started taking close look or listening attentively to what the man says. Whatever he says. When he presented the Yoruba case at Yoputa panel, it was him they gave the mandate or sort of to go and present the Yoruba case at Yoputa panel. So I listened to the long litany, what he read there. I shook my head. Although I know it's a collective, something like a initiative, a lot of people will come together and put heads together. But the way he presented it and during cross-examination, when they are cross-examining him and all these things, the way he carried the question, the way he was answering it and smiling, he's trying to tell the people that, look, I've dealt with higher people, not you. So that sort of endeared me to the man. In one of his answers, he was accused. He said, you are presenting Yoruba case. What of others? Do you think it's only the Yorubas that are complaining about this? Ayo Adebanjo said, let them come and speak. That is what this panel is for everybody. The Yoruba nominated me to represent them. Let those people come and speak. That taught me a lesson about Nigeria. Why I'm saying this is that I know people from Niger Delta, they say South. I know they've been under environmental injustice. Let them speak up more. That's what I'm saying. So that's what Ayo Adebanjo thought. He said, come and speak. You don't have to blame me. Let them come and speak. So that endeared me to the man, and I started listening to whatever he says. Now, the second point I want to make about him is in 2012 or 2011 November, Ojukwu died. By 2012, people have been writing, something like a tribute everywhere. I keep reading what people said about Ojukwu, Biafra, this. But of all the tributes I read, Bayo Adebanjo's own, till today, is stuck with me. And I respect. In fact, that he is number one. What did he say? He said if he was in Ojukwu's position, he will do exactly what Ojukwu did. That Ojukwu saw his people facing extinction from the surface of the earth, barricaded air, land, and sea, bombarded day night by the forces of Russia, Britain, the Arab League. He said, what would you have done? Seeing that, you have to put everything behind and fight for them. He said, yes, Adebanjo. If I'm in that position, Yoruba, as I say, I will do the same. It's written in the Guardian. I don't like concocting anything. Anybody can go to put a panel and listen to his submission, like I said. Then the second one, this his tribute to Ojukwu. So after reading it, I said, wow. At the time, people were even looking for a way to blame Ojukwu. He said, you do exactly that. That when the people are faced with extinction, you don't have to step back. A leader will not move up. And I think that is why I also respect, let me chip it in, the Akiti, the late barrister Oluwarotimi Oduayo Akeredolu, who is a former president of Nigerian Bar Association. But for the Bar Association in Nigeria to name their head office or their corporate office or what they call headquarters so in Abuja, they call it Rotimi Akeredolu House. It means a lot. Why do I say this? The same Akeredolu told what is the name? Shehu Kimbaloye in an interview. He said, I'm the chief security officer of Ondo State. I'm the governor. The farmers at Bekoya came to me to say that they can't go to the farm, that the Fulani headsmen have taken over their farm, destroying their crops, and they are camped there. Akeredolu said, I have to leave office. And then we went and drove them away. He said, any day I can't defend my people, then I don't need to be a governor. It's not about building road, or you double salary, or you share 10 bags of rice each person for Christmas, all those things. No. He said they are the farmers, they have to earn a living. If they complained to me as chief security officer, therefore I have to step in. So we drove them away, told them with all your GUN and everything, pack all your this and then leave. And that was what happened. So that is leadership. So what is trying to tell, what I learned from Apaya Adebanjo is that there is a moment we define a leader. And then he rose up to it. He put it in writing. So I respected him for that. Number 3, 2023 or 2022, when we are getting ready for election, Apaya Adebanjo said, a member of Afenifere, almost, I think he's second in command to, what is this man called? Fashoranti, or maybe Adefar, I don't know, but I think Fashoranti. He said he told Afenifere they were looking. He said they stand for justice and they restructured Nigeria, everything. He told them, he said, look, we are going to have a president after Buhari. He said, when he come down to South, who do you think deserve to? We are supposed to elect. They said he should go to the Southeast. He said all of them agreed that it should be the Southeast. He said, even when Tinubu was coming out, he refused. He said, no, we can't support Tinubu. He said he should go to the Southeast. The South had had it for 8 years, 3 years as vice president for Jonathan, and 5 years as president. They, the Southwest, the Yorubas, Afenifere, talking, said they've had it for 16 years. 8 years as vice president with Oshibajo, and then 8 years with Obasanjo. He said he deserved, let them go to the Southeast and they elect. He said that is what he said. So that one again, I don't see the sense of justice, the way the man thinks. Then I started looking. I didn't get his biography to read. I'm really sorry. But I know the day he launched his biography, Ebitu Kiwe was the chairman, not a Yoruba man. He used an Igbo man as chairman. But what I'm trying to point out is that, so that told me, I said, what sort of man is this? Not knowing that throughout his life, he never did in terms of political appointment, no way. He has earned his living through his legal practice. In other words, he is his own man. Nobody can bully him. You can't go behind and say when he was commissioner for this, or he was minister for this, or he was on this board. No. So I respected the man so much. He had a lot of respect. And for those people that may be thinking Yorubas are tribalist or this, at least one person. No, let us not generalize for whatever it. At least one. Let me say one person. There are thousands of them, but let me just say this one. So that man made me to start to reevaluate my life. The way he reasons, when he speaks, I tremble. I just look at it, I say, yes, the man is very, very, very upright. When they say somebody is upright, I won't use integrity because Buhari damaged it. Very upright man. Very, very upright. And he died at the age of 96. So to me, it's a celebration. We miss him so much. I wish he's still around for some time. He was the person that said, if you fail to elect P2B, then say bye-bye to Nigeria. He said, you people will suffer it, I won't be here. And he has gone. So Paya Debanjo did a lot, and I respect him. I urge his children that they have a very big shoe, if at all they can be able to fill the shoe he left behind, so to speak. If they use his name as their father to wangle their way, to find their way in life, it will be easier for them. But if they decide to dump his name, then they're on their own. That's what I will tell them. But I know they won't. In fact, I'm joining the entire Yoruba race, home and abroad. They should somehow conspire to give us another Adebanjo. The man is, in fact, nobody is blameless. Nobody is without blemish, but when he speaks, you know where he stands. And he's very, very courageous. Says the truth the way it is, in as much as, and he's a man of justice. He believes in equity and fair play. Imagine him living and advocating for Ndibu. Imagine him telling Ojukwu what you did is the right thing because your people are under extinction, so you have to stand up. He said if he's in that position, he will do exactly the same. Can you imagine a man like that saying that? Then he presented the Yoruba case. Come and see the way he answered it. So in fact, Ayo Adebanjo, fared you well. You lived a fulfilled life. This world can never forget you. Anybody who is speaking whole with you is just wasting time. Because to me, my only regret is that I didn't have a handshake or see you in flesh, but I read a lot about you. Because of this, I will try and get your biography and fill the gap. Then as per Edwin Clark, people may not know, this is his biography. I've read it. Maybe I will start reading it again. This is another man who is a fighter. A very, very big fighter. I didn't buy this book. It was presented to me by somebody close to him. I asked for it. It was parceled all the way from Nigeria to UK to me. So when I read it, I found out that these also people that don't like injustice. In his own case, he felt that the Midwest region was given a raw deal when they left the Western region in 1963. He documented it here. So when I read it, he said they never shared asset. He said contrary to what Awolowo was doing, he was concentrating it only between Ikeja axis. Ikeja was part of Western region, and then some Ebado, and then the way he called it, and the another place. He said the Sapele war. He said no. He said that was what angered them. Then I start to say, look, we want to have a region of our own, because then cocoa was mainly in the West, yes, but they have plywood and timber, but it's not yielding money as much. Therefore, all those Western region, cocoa house and all those things, he said were concentrated there. So he is writing in terms of injustice. He then said the same injustice and I visited them as Niger Delta with their crude oil. So when you read this, the way these people reason, he wasn't talking about himself. So when I read it, I said, Papaya, Debanjo, and Pa Edwin Clark. No wonder they left a day of each other or 2 days out of each other with 1 year gap. And they both of them are lawyers. And they are champions of marginal, they don't care. Pa Edwin Clark also said that after Jonathan, the way he enjoyed, the way the vote he was giving, Peter Obi, he endorsed. He said the Southeast should be allowed to produce a president, that all of us are the same. We should not treat it. Look at the son saying it. He said he believed that nobody should be a second-class citizen in Nigeria, and he was saying it. So is that not what we are suffering in Nigeria? Yes, as an Igbo, we have more population than the Ogoni, but I won't be alive to see us lord it over them because of what? Which is what pains me when some people, you can never hear me call people minority. They can never. Unless whoever has can quote me, I don't use the word. I rather call you by your ethnic group, even if you only 100. I mentioned the ethnic group, but these are the people, they are no more. And to me, what they wanted, they didn't. They did what they were preaching. They did not achieve it. It did not happen in their, in their lifetime. Maybe their passage they are leaving us now will make Nigerian politicians to have a rethink and say, look, is it not better we have equity in Nigeria so that we can develop? That's what Edwin Clark is asking for. He said they want equity. Nobody should be second-class citizen. But in Nigeria, people place themselves above the rest. That's why somebody can say the oil in Bayelsa belong to one state in the north. That is insult. You feel that they don't belong. So something like this is what I now feel that these two people, I once read the biography of Tayo Adebanjo to complement his whatever I've been hearing about him. But the man is a giant of a man. Yorubas have lost a very great man that I don't know whether they're gonna whether they are going to have another like him. We pass through Yoruba land, but the man, yes, he's a Yoruba by blood, but his reasoning is far above the esoteric. He's just too high. He's selfless. He thinks about others. What will be good for everybody, and that is the way I want. That is what I want to copy. How can we think above self? That what is good for you should be good for others, or let that thing get to the person the person you are wishing it for before it gets to you. So Niger Watch, let me stop here. If I continue, I don't think I will ever end it. But since we are very few, when we come back, I will look into the normal bread and butter issue. We look into Edo white pepper and all those things, and then some of the other things you raised. Thank you, Niger Watch.
Thank you, Augustine. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay. I would like us to move to Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us today. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I greet you once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the good work you are doing. God bless you. Fellow panelists, I greet you, Mr. Black Panther, Dr. CM. I greet you. Omi Diaspora, God bless you abundantly, man. I greet you and all commenters, all the callers. I greet everyone. Welcome. You see, I thank my fellow panelists, at least with respect to, especially with respect to Edwin Clark. You've said it all. I don't think I can even near what you have submitted, Dr. CM. You know, one thing that stands out very clear to me is the fact that these are individuals. Yesterday, of course, I spoke about Pa Adebanjo, and my condolences to the family of Pa Edwin Clark. I pray that God will give them the strength to go through this time. I pray that the family will stand strong. One thing that stands very clear or synonymous with these two Iroko, as we'll call it, is that these are people that they transcend political interests. They focus more on national interests. Their focus is national interest. And you see, political interest, tribal and political interest over national interest is what is destroying Nigeria. It's what is destroying the country today. But these are men that they stand for equity, not just by saying it. You can see it in their actions. Another thing. Let me just say this finally. Because I don't think, as I said, you've said it all. See, when they speak, they are always unequivocal. There is no ambiguity. Their position is always clear. That is what I respect most in this. It's so synonymous with these two. That, we always say, if you speak, you buy. If you don't speak, you buy. These men, that's what they will speak, and their position is always clear. Nigerian politicians, they will bend it here and there. You will not know where they stand. They will neither be here nor there because they are playing politics. They don't want to offend one person at the detriment of the people. But these are men that transcend that. And again, may their soul rest in peace. You see, I want to speak on what this man said, Seun Kuti. You see, today I agree with him to a very large extent. I listened to him. And Mr. Elvis, I sent you a video. I don't know, interview. I want a channel's interview. I don't know if you've seen that. I sent it to your WhatsApp, the Nigeria Watch and WhatsApp. I don't know if you've seen that video.
You sent it today?
Arise. The interview yesterday, the interview Arise had with former External Affairs Minister.
I'm not sure.
Professor
Akiyemi, that interview.
Okay.
You see, that interview was very, very revealing. And see, when we talk of insecurity in Nigeria, this is Professor Akiyemi is a scholar, a well-respected one when it comes to international relations. I listened to that interview. It was so revealing. And I was so glad. My position when this United States politician, Scott Perry, came out and he came out openly talking about how, they've been funding terrorism with United States money. And I said, for me, I don't agree. The man, is just playing politics. The man is just playing politics. And I'm glad that someone like Professor Akiyemi came out and exposed this for every one of us to see. When you listen to that interview, it was yesterday, I would say for the very first time, I was so angry with Rufai. I've never been that angry with this guy. Rufai, yesterday on Arise. You need to listen to that interview.
I just saw it now. I think maybe tomorrow. I don't know if tonight is too late for that. Maybe tomorrow.
In fact, I even pleaded, I requested that if you can, that please show the entirety of that interview, if time will permit, if you have space for it, so that we can see. It was an eye opener. See, Rufai in that interview was saying that I need facts. Please give me facts. I want facts. You see, Nigerians, that is just our problem. The same way Aisha Yusuf today was talking about, give me facts, give me proof that I have done this or I have not done this. When it suits us, we'll be talking about facts.
Jonathan, please, you know, when I listened to that, and there was at that point the thing pained me that Rufai is interjected, doesn't want the man to flow. But let me say this: when Rufai, which fact is Rufai looking for? When he said Nigerian governors, some are in the Senate, Oshomole, some are the former governor of the 12 states from the north. They all visited Obama and took photographs. Rochas Okorocha them. He said this were because they want to remove Buhari to bring in their man.
I don't understand.
He's still looking for facts. Which facts?
Nigerians be asking, okay, you want to play that game, Rufai? Is that what you want us to dwell on now going forward? Is that your mantra now? Facts, right? You will see that facts tire. The day you will come on any politician, you will take on any politician in Nigeria, we will ask for facts from you. The facts that with the facts that you have, that the former governor of Kogi State has stolen almost 100 billion. Bring the facts out for us to see if it has been proven. You want us to dwell on facts? And the way the sage, the learned scholar, Professor
Mr.
Akiyemi
Jonathan,
responded.
Mr. Jonathan, do you mind we just listen to that video now? I have interest in it.
Thank you very much. I will appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. Guys, let's just take this video together.
Last week in Nigeria, attention was shifted to comments made by Nuhu Ribadu, Nigeria's advisor on President Bola Tinubu and on the High Commissioner for denying Christopher Musa, the Chief of Defense Staff, and other Army Chiefs visas. Ribadu, while speaking during a meeting lecture of the National Association of Institutes for Security Studies, described the visa snub as disrespectful, saying that the Canadian government can go to hell, quote unquote. Also, on the foreign scene, the Nigerian architectural system was stirred up after U.S. Congressman Scott Perry said the U.S. aid agency, United States Agency for International Development, funded terrorist organizations, including Boko Haram.
Your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel entitled Women's Scholarship Endowment, which receives $60 million annually, or the Young Women Lead, which gets about $5 million annually, is going to women who, by the way, if you read the Inspector General's report, is telling you that the Taliban does not allow women to speak in public. Yet somehow you're believing, and American people are supposed to believe, that this money is going for the betterment of the women in Afghanistan. It is not. You are funding terrorism, and it's coming through USAID. And it's not just Afghanistan, because Pakistan's right next door. USAID spent $840 million in the last 20 years on Pakistan's education-related program. It includes $136 million to build 120 schools, of which there is zero evidence that any of them were built. Why would there be any evidence? The Inspector General can't get in to see them. But you know what? We doubled down and spent $20 million from USAID to create educational television programs for children unable to attend the physical school.
Meanwhile, in another foreign affairs development, Palestinian militants released 3 Israeli hostages on Saturday in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian inmates freed by Israel, completing the latest swap despite the fears that Gaza truce was a near collapse. Saturday's swap is the 6th since the truce took effect on January 19. Joining us on the show to discuss the allegations of U.S. congressmen and the fragile truce amid prisoner swap between Israel and Hamas, and the comments of Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor, President Tinubu, and other diplomatic issues making the rounds, is Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Great to have you, Prof. It's a pleasure having you, and Happy New Year, to you. And I must say you're looking dapper as always, and great as always. Real quickly, Prof, I want to get your comments as regards the USAID case. An American congressman has said that monies were funneled to fund groups causing mayhem in Nigeria. What's your take on that, sir?
Well, thank you very much for having me on your program again. Good morning, Rufai. Good morning, Nayo. Good morning, Professor Kilo. I listened, Rufai, I listened to you earlier on this morning, and you said you want facts, because really you are not buying into this narrative about USAID funding Boko Haram. Well, I'd like to give you some facts. I served on the Boko Haram committee. Now, 2 plus 2 at times has to be equal to 4. So even if I can't give you 4, but I can give you 2 plus 2, we would then have to come to the conclusion that I'm giving you for. I served on that committee, and villagers kept telling us that in the middle of the night, helicopters piloted by white people kept landing and offloading guns, goods, and all kinds of and money to these people. Now, villagers they don't even know who these white people are. And they have no reason to lie to us. Now, we made a mistake. When I said some of us on the Boko Haram committee made a mistake. We thought it was the French that were doing this. Now we have an American congressman said, no, it was the Americans who were doing this. And when you then add that to the Obama administration refusing to sell weapons to us, to Nigeria, on the grounds that we had human rights violations in the way we were dealing with Boko Haram, not in the way we were dealing with ordinary Nigerians where there were no security issues. Then we got a plane that was going to go and buy weapons in South Africa. Someone tipped off the South Africans. It wasn't a Nigerian who tipped off the South Africans. Who tipped off the South Africans? You have to come to a conclusion that it has to be a power that had access to information and that was able to do that. No, please,
I just wanted to ask something. Did the villagers identify the people dropping the weapons as Americans? That's just all I want to ask. Did the villagers also tell you that, they were Americans, they spoke English? I just want to identify that, sir. Did the villagers also identify them as Americans?
I just told you. Now, Rufai, if you are not going to listen to me, I will stop talking so you can continue doing the talking. I have said so. I said the villagers knew these were white people. And I said we who were on that committee made the mistake of thinking they were French. But now it is an American congressman who's telling us that it was the Americans who did this. And you're asking me whether the villagers told us they were Americans. The villagers who don't know French from Americans, from British, they just knew that these were white people. Right. And they not only did that, they also penetrated our armed forces. Because behind the scene, our boys would tell us that there were times when they will have Boko Haram people in the sight of their guns, and they will now ask their headquarters for permission to open fire, only for their superior officers to tell them to pull back and not open fire. That shows the extent to which there was penetration and destabilization of our own security forces. Now, who will do this? Who will destabilize our security forces? There were Nigerians also who were involved. And this is where I'm going to be careful. I'm not going to mention names, but people who were going to the United States, who were leading delegations to the United States during this period. Our ambassador there, unfortunately, is dead now, but he wrote reports about the activities of these Nigerians, some of them governors, who were involved with the State Department and who were also involved with the White House and what they were doing. Now, who were the people who organized trips for Hillary Clinton and Kerry? Who will ignore Abuja and fly over Abuja to go and hold meetings with political operatives in parts of Nigeria without clearance with our own Aso Rock and our own foreign office?
Okay, Prof.
Hillary Clinton and Jerkana were American officials.
Prof, can I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Prof, and I have a right to ask questions as a journalist because I don't have a dog in this fight. I just want the truth. That's just it.
And neither do I.
And my point is, let us investigate. But I also want facts. And that's why I deliberately did ask you that question. When you say you are putting 2 and 2 together, you must be able to give an empirical, tedious link. That's just my point. That's why I asked you that question pointedly. Did the villagers say the people they saw were Americans? And you said no, they said they saw white people. My second question is, who are the Nigerians? And what did that report say about them and what they were doing in the White House? And why did that report not come to light? Because, in all fairness, Prof, it's unfair for us to come here and say we don't want to mention names for a Boko Haram insurgency that has killed a lot of people. It's very unfair to the memories of our troops that are dead and people that are dying and lives have been destroyed. So if that report was out, why didn't that report get out there so that we can see the facts in that report written? And what are the names of these people that were meeting this top American hierarchy? And what are also the names of those people that infiltrated the military and that said our troops should not shoot at this Boko Haram? We just want facts. I don't have a dog in this fight. I just want facts as a journalist. And we have a right to what facts are and the truth is. That's why I asked my question, Prof. So I don't have a bull, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just after the facts.
Rufai, I agree with you. Neither do I. I also don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just a Nigerian, just like you. Now, if you take the newspapers during the period when Jonathan was in power, you will find the names and pictures of Nigerians in high places who were visiting Washington, pictures taken in the White House, pictures taken in the State Department. You will find those pictures. They are not hidden. And I cannot now go and look for those newspapers and hold up the newspapers, but those pictures are there. And in any case, if you Google Nigerians visiting Washington, governors, they are not unknown people, governors. And some of them are in the Senate, some of them are even who are occupying higher offices, who were visiting Washington. Not twice. Those pictures are available. So they are not top secret.
All right, okay.
So really, and I'm not really, if I'm going to write, a piece, then I will go and look for those pictures and look for those reports.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. And first of all, let me start by saying congratulations on your recent appointment as chairman of the Governing Council of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Congratulations. But let me ask you, just as we probe further with regards to the funding, recall that in a recent interview with another news station, international news station, the Chief of Defense Staff had actually said that they believe that there was some complicity with some international organizations. He wasn't just able to identify. What he had said was that some non-governmental organizations, because their findings revealed that some of these captured Boko Haram insurgents had foreign currencies on them. He questioned how they could, where they got their training from, how he had been sustained for many years. And even though there had been talks around local funders. There were also now implications of foreign funders. So that's just something to consider. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. And then in the event that it is found out, because a call for investigation has been made, that this allegation, it's an allegation currently by the congressman, but they should investigate further to understand what really happened. In the event that USAID is found to have funded, what would be the next steps? What are the options for Nigeria? And then what can we begin to do with regards to that relation?
Thank you, Ayo. Look, in this murky world of intelligence, secret service, what have you, you will never get the truth unless documents are declassified. That's what they call deep state operations. All I can tell you is, when I was serving on that Boko Haram committee, there were things we were told, which I even found alarming. But as I said, my focus was on the French, because it is the French that have had this tradition of trying to destabilize Nigeria. Dollars that were found on these Boko Haram people. There was an episode where a helicopter crashed in one of these northern states. And it was plenty of dollars that were scattered all over the place. Now, that doesn't mean that was the Americans who were on that plane, because there are so many organizations who use the dollar. And I will not be surprised if various security or intelligence organizations or people who are involved in all these dark shade operations will use the dollar to cover their tracks and so on. So it does not mean, and that's why I didn't jump immediately that it's the Americans who were up to this until this congressman said it. Now, if I'm not going to believe the congressman about operations, and this is a congressman who has access to their own data, he may have his own motive for what he's saying and for what he's doing and for why he's saying this. But if I'm not going to believe him, and on the grounds of that, we then end up with, we don't know. Well, if we don't know, then who will we believe? Then even when we say documents that are declassified, how are we even sure that whoever wrote those documents is telling the truth? You see, we are not going to get 100% certainty when you are dealing with intelligence operatives and what they are putting down on paper, some trying to cover their tracks, some trying to implicate the others. As regards to your question, what do we do now? Believe me, and this is the most depressing part of this, there is nothing we can do. You are dealing with a superpower whose tentacles spread all over the world. I'm not saying this about Americans alone. I'm saying this about MI6, the British. I'm saying this about the French. I'm saying this about the Chinese. All these are superpowers whose tentacles are global and spread all over the world. There's nothing you can do about them. You put out one candle. Do you know how many candles that there are? How many of them are operating? Is the one that you know that you focus on, but there are others, many others. Earlier on, they were talking about Chile. What happened to Allende in Chile? Now, even right now, as we are talking, Venezuela is still the target of, the deep state, American deep state operations in Latin America. And if you are not careful, don't believe that, when, what's his name, Trump decides to target a particular country, he will only do it on the pages of the newspaper. They are not talking about the CIA. So if you shut down the operations of USAID, the CIA is there, the National Security Agency is there. They are all involved.
All intertwined in this operation.
Destabilizing countries.
Yes. Good morning, Prof. This is Anthony Killer here. Good morning, Prof. Good morning,
Prof.
Yes, good morning, sir. As you teach us international relations, we look at interest and influence, and then we try to tie that and deduce a lot of things, you know, the cardinal points, interest and influence. For the purpose of viewers, what is the interest of superpowers, be it the USA, be it France, or any other white or any other color country, to finance Boko Haram? Let's have a sort of theoretical approach on it. What is their interest to finance Boko Haram?
I believe it is Nigeria that they are trying to destabilize and use any agency that comes or that they can create. You know, I attended a conference once in Washington, and it came up that no country in the global north wants a black country to become a superpower because it will affect the domestic
dynamic
racial conundrum that they themselves are facing. It happened to Nkrumah, and Nigeria, if Nigeria makes it, recall, because it's not just me, recall what Mandela said, that until Nigeria makes it, there is no country with a black race that will make it in this world. So Nigeria had been a target before we even became independent. And that's why even the British arranged the handing over power to, if you like, the least developed part of Nigeria, and picked an elite that they think they can control. That is even before we became independent. As far back as 1945, the British had decided who they will hand over power to. And it's not the Azikiwes or the Awolowos or the Mbadiwes or the Okparas that they picked upon because they knew they couldn't control those people. And so to that extent, you see, they learned their lesson when India under Nehru managed to escape their control. They learned their lesson that from then on, any of their countries, any of their colonies that is going to become independent, they have to ensure that the person they're handing over power to is the person they can control, so that they can continue to control those countries. And Nigeria had been a target. So I can't answer why they picked on Boko Haram. Honestly, I can't. I haven't given a thought. Why Boko Haram?
Yeah.
Okay. Prof, you see, as a journalist, my job is facts. I eat and sleep facts. Again, I have gone through the newspaper article of the 12 governors in the north that went to America, and they talked about how they were going to, get more aid for development of their region and all of that. This was, in fact, some of the key personnel that were part of the governors then are in higher positions today in the country. I'm happy you made mention of the Salvador Allende case. I could only speak to the case because they were declassified documents by the perpetrators of the action based on what they did with ITT sponsoring the newspaper outfit called El Mercurio in Chile against Salvador Allende. And also there were valid court deposition from the families of General Schneider, the general that was killed leading up to the assumption of office by Augusto Pinochet in Chile. I have facts to that. Based on all of this, can we get a Nigerian intelligence report? Because, okay, let's say the West might be biased, they will not show us the link. At least we should have some internal reports that might have been able to prove this link. Because, yes, we can say speculations. We've talked about the Leahy laws. But a lot of people will argue with you, Prof, that America too had also used the Leahy laws on a couple of, other people. You talked about the case of South Africa, we're trying to buy weapons and all of that. Some people will argue with you, yes, that was also the case, but also Nigeria finally also got those weapons, from other sources. In fact, based on your argument, when we extended the date of the election in 2015, we made some stride in clearing Boko Haram, and elections were held in those areas. So all I just want is there any report I can hold on to as regards this activity of the United States? All I'm just after is a fact. Is there maybe like a Nigerian intelligence report we can quote?
Rafael, yes, I accept that as a journalist, you go after facts. As a scholar, I'm also interested in getting my hands on facts. However, the theory of rational thinking means in the absence of facts, when you are dealing with intelligence operations, you can make deduction. And from those deductions, you can come to conclusions that even you will come to while you are dealing with facts. I think that is the difference between you and I. During this period, the northern governors were not talking only about getting aid for development. They were even accusing Jonathan of the one who was, for his own electoral purposes, building up Boko Haram.
Yes.
They were making that kind of, allegations.
All right.
And, one knows.
All right.
And at the end of the day, Jonathan got a security organization from South Africa,
all right,
who almost fought Boko Haram who almost defeated them.
Okay.
But when Buhari came to power, he asked the South African military security organization to disengage. Again, all these are facts that are in the press.
Somebody that is older than you, that have more experience in the game, a scholar and all that, you are asking him to give you fact. In fact, if you are asking for fact, one is enough. Allow this man to flow and let him talk. Someone who came to national TV is also working with Arise as well. You are talking about fact. Sometimes when you do, you overdo. That's it.
You overdo. For this one, Mr. Elvis, thank you very much for bringing it out, because I want to say one or two things on that thing. And that is our problem in Nigeria. You see, Rufai was a typical Nigerian politician. For once, I just saw Rufai as a typical Nigerian politician. Rufai is waiting for facts. And he even said he's waiting for facts from a Nigerian, he's waiting for Nigerian intelligence report. So going forward, you will need the Nigerian government's report before you can say somebody has stolen. Which facts do you and I need that they are looting Nigeria, that they are making Nigeria dry? Which facts do you and I need? The old man now told him, you use your common sense, rational thinking, And through rational thinking, you can make deductions. That's what you and I do every day. We make deductions. We see the poverty in our country. We see the destruction of the environment in our country. We see how people are buying every day in our country. We see how our politicians are living large and they are telling Nigerians to manage. We don't need any facts. We don't need any reports. We use our common sense, rational thinking, our common sense to deduce that something is wrong. So I was so disappointed in Rufai. So disappointed. Which facts do you need? Do you need it? When they came up with a report that some people, some politicians are funding terrorism in Nigeria, and a particular government gave the Nigerian government some information. Rufai, did you wait for any facts? Because I can say that there are digital footprint of you 1,000 times that you have said that there are terrorists within the Nigerian government. Thousands of them. Which facts did you order? Which facts did you get or obtain from the Nigerian government for you to be making those assertions? Which facts? The reason why I said this was an eye-opener for me, I said on this platform, the day the news broke out through this American politician, our House member, I said I did not believe that America is sponsoring Boko Haram. But see, you use information, and through information you can make deductions. That word you can use your sense, rational thinking, gather information, do some readings, do some research, and then you can come to a very logical.
Oga Jonathan.
Yes.
You know what is wrong with Nigerian journalists?
Yes.
They don't investigate and they don't read.
They don't.
You see, if what Papa was telling, what the Prof was telling him, that he has taken according to how he has investigated from one point to the other point, he has been able to put 2 plus 2 together to get 4. Yes. And you still not understand what the professor was saying.
I don't.
How can you understand again? He said I
don't understand.
I cannot understand this man.
I think the way he even put it, it's not that he said 2 plus 2. He used it even in the if you decode it very well, even trying to mess up Rufai, who think he just all this prancing, he fat. He said, we know that 2 plus 2 is 4, but if I cannot give you 4, and I was able to give you 2 plus 2, we can also say that I've given you 4.
We can also come together to get 4.
To get 4. He said you wanted 4. But if I can't give you 4 and I'm providing you with 2 plus 2, and we can come together to say, you see it. That's the meaning of deduction. But then let me put this.
Yeah. Let me just say this finally on this one. All I can say now from my own side is that I said earlier that US was not sponsoring terrorism, but I can make some reversal based on information that is now available. The US is a superpower, and they don't just do things anyhow. They are, even if we cannot say it is United States, let's just say the international community, just to protect us. Let's just say the
Papa and Pekin is involved. Papa and Pekin.
The international community is sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. United States needs a reason. They need an excuse, and they use the USAID. It is not money that they set aside for USAID that is funding terrorism in Nigeria. It is completely separate. But they got to come up. That's why Professor Akiyemi talked about the CIA, the National Intelligence Agencies. Those ones are there. They have to use this USAID as a front. How much is USAID giving to Nigeria? The money is not even enough.
Can I give guys a link so that you will talk on
all
this?
Those money are there proving there is no extra dollar outside. So they use USAD just the same way. See, let me tell you, people, the same way Donald Trump is playing here in Canada when he introduced tariffs to Canada. What reason did Donald Trump give? Donald Trump said they are using Canadian border to pass drugs as routes, as drugs to enter United States. That was the reason. He needed a reason, and he got to find one, whatever it is. The same thing in this case.
Oga Jonathan, let me give this clue to brother Ogasian to talk on it. Let me give you 2 + 2 now. Why did they not proscribe Boko Haram and they now go on IPOB and said IPOB is a terrorist group? You will not see the 2 + 2. You see now they look at what they did. Look at what they did. Let me put it. Let me put it this way. They tag IPOB terrorists and they now leave Boko Haram not terrorists because they are making use of it to divert our attention. You see what they are doing? This thing is clear to us now.
Are you kidding me now that the kind of destruction that Boko Haram has brought on Nigeria, United States will be waiting all these years and they will not have designated Boko Haram as a terrorist country? See, Professor Akiyemi even said that how on earth will the likes of Hillary Clinton, John Kerry bypass Abuja?
Exactly.
And a Nigerian diplomat enter United States now and go and conduct business in Florida or in LA without Washington?
Without clearance, just say clearance.
No clearance.
Clearance means a lot. Clearance.
What that means a lot. Those are the rational thinking. Those are the things you got to. When you take all those facts, how could a U.S. top diplomat, politician enter Nigeria, bypass Abuja?
Anyhow,
go there and then fly out again without coming to Abuja? Nothing.
Jonathan no DSS, no intelligence clearance. Anyway, the thing is this is the deal. The question to ask is, a whole America, we put money in USA ID, and they don't know what that money is being used for. Are they talking to fools? So America
who are you asking the question?
So they would sorry, Odua, they will just carry the money, put into USAID according to USAID, and then go and sleep. They don't know where that money is going to. But one thing is clear. Let me take us back to what the Rufai want to be ahead of his time or trying to prance. Prof said he served on the committee on this Boko Haram issue. He said because of the role France used to play in trying, because they have colonies all over Nigeria surrounding Cameroon, Niger, Chad, and then Togo, Benin. So they surround Nigeria. He said they're always interested in Nigeria downfall. So when this thing happened, they quickly thought it was there. And then trying to fit a narrative when the locals when they interviewed them, they said in the night, white people aeroplane driven by white people comes and drops all these. French are white people. Okay. Not until this Perry now said America, they are using their money to do this. And before you stay asking him, are Americans involved? How would they? You see that
the villagers know whether they are Americans?
You see that 2 + 2, where will they talk? Already the issue of white people driving the thing has been established. He said they have no cause to lie to us. If not that this Perry came, we would have been thinking it's white. But this Perry said the money Nigeria uses to, America is funding Boko Haram. Are you now telling me that they do not? They will just put the money in USAID and then go and sleep. So in fact, a lot. What I've learned from this thing is this. And then the next thing before I continue. When Rufai was asking, name names, who are these governors? I shake my head. I say, this Rufai self, you may think we are clever, but this is a professor of a known professor of international politics. You know what he talk? He said you Google them, they are in the Senate, they are in top court. Who are these people? Those governors from the north that went and tell Obama, what do you want? Oshomole joined them with. Do you know that this man of Imo State, Okorocha, the picture where Okorocha takes separately with Obama, input them for billboard for where? When I hear them for
Oh my God.
billboard, yes, but then go deny say maybe in their aid. Oshomole was the shortest. If you see the picture, because of this and this, it was in, no. When they put, Obama turn when they put and Oshomole make sure this near Obama. Go and look at the photo now. I mean, I don't come here to make conjecture. So all of them just they smile. Once Babangida Ali, all of them. These are the people Professor Akiemi is referring to, and Rufai is asking for who are these Nigeria. What are you talking
He
about?
has question now. Who are these Nigeria?
I don't understand.
Why you go ask that kind of question?
We know them. We can use our accents, our rational.
No, we don't know them, sir. It is very simple. Rufai is a journalist.
That is Mr. Odua, not on this, not see.
This is the duty of a journalist to prove that he's a journalist. Now, let us tell Rufai.
Odua, listen to me. Before you don't call somebody and tell and say, do you know the capital of Edo State? Do you think you're a good journalist? The man go to look you like a mumu. You are asking somebody.
No, I'm not going to look. Sir, it is you people that is getting whether Rufai or be Rufai wrong. It's very simple. Rufai told us that him is a journalist. And we are looking for people, we are looking for journalists in Nigeria to do the journalist work. Thank God Rufai is a journalist. Nigeria should be asking Rufai, what have you investigated? Who are the name of these people? Who were they? What state do they came from? As a journalist, you will be the one even to tell that man that as a journalist, I have done the investigation. I know the people that we are bringing, the people that we are piloting the quota to that villages. This is their name. This is their name. That is the duty of a journalist because the man was interviewed, not a journalist. So
you mix it up now.
No, Nigeria should be asking Rufai, whether Rufai you people call him.
No, Odua is right. Odua is right. It's
as a journalist, all Nigerians now should ask Rufai. We want to know the name of the people, especially number one. Start from the one that Arab Emirates give to what do they call this man that time?
Odua, let me say before you go far. Rufai is asking Professor Akiemi to tell her names of those governors who went to you. Did you hear it? Why should he ask him that? Rufai, even you, Odua, you know them.
You know them.
I don't know them. I don't know them.
You know
Mr. Odua, hello. Mr. Odua, Professor Akiemi is also a journalist. You said he's not a journalist. So he's also a journalist. The same way Rufai is a journalist. So I just wanted to correct that because you said the man he was interviewing is not a journalist. He is. Thank you.
See, even me, we all know. So you don't know those governors that removed Jonathan, they went out to have meeting with Obama. These are what? Who doesn't know
we know them now.
Do you mean to tell me? I mentioned Oshomole. Oshomole did the photo. I wish Nigeria Watch you can lift it, make all of us see them. When they went there, let Oshomole join them. What are we talking about? The northern governors, Arewa, they told Obama that they want a change. He said, for the first time, an American president sat in the White House, that chair where the table where they see Trump. America sat for the eve of the election. Tomorrow it will be the election. Obama addressed Nigerians. It has never happened before in history.
That is election interference now.
Interference. It has never happened in history for Obama to say Nigerians, you just have to make a change and all this. How dare him say it? So because all these people went to tell and say they want Jonathan out. He said, okay. So what role did America play to use the key thing they tagged on Jonathan was, feel fight Boko Haram, Chibok girls, all this. And this week, in sort of in fairness to him, Wike was Minister of State for Education. He wrote this Kazim Shettima as the governor of Kaduna State. Borno State. We have intelligence that something said that school that is close to the border, we draw the students, bring them to the capital. Instead, they postponed this, and Shetima said no. You see, now there's a letter now. Wike wrote a letter saying that they had intelligence. All these things were just to blackmail Jonathan. For the first time, Obama, American president, will stay in his office and be telling Nigerians about it. It never happened before. It never. Jonathan even recorded it in his book. He recorded it in this book. In this book,
they've been playing this election interference. But when they did it to them, all hell broke loose.
Yes. So you see what my annoyance with Rufai is. Rufai, you shouldn't be asking him who are these governors. We all know it now. You say the governors that when some are in the Senate, if you check, some of them will become senators. If you take and this, some of them will become senators. They were the governors that told Obama openly that they want a change. Jonathan should go. For what? Because they want to carry out.
Dr. CM, you see, when I started my submission, I talked about, the reason why I link it to that Sheun Kuti video. Okay. The point that I saw there was that he was talking about life and death. These same politicians that wanted everything to change, the whole Nigeria to collapse just to get Jonathan out of office. Exactly. It was all because of people are buying, right? Because people are buying and they want something must be done. In today's Nigeria,
yes,
the number of people that are buying is quadruple. In fact, there's no comparison compared to what was happening then. Exactly. So life now matters to them that time more than now.
Exactly.
That is the question. It is only in Nigeria that, see, they will announce, you and I will read it on the news every day. 5 people buy here, another 5 there, 50 there. And people will wake up in Nigeria the next morning and life goes on as normal, as if nothing has happened. It is only in Nigeria. If you study the world politics or you watch what is going on around the world, it is only in Nigeria. It has not, as in Serbia, former Yugoslavia, 10 people buy in November. 10.
Okay. Do you know? To tell you, John Kerry, the foreign minister, we fly into Nigeria, go Kaduna, then go the whole meeting with Rufai. And just to make sure Jonathan, can you no, it's true now. That is meaning of he will arrive. He won't even get clearance from our security.
Total disrespect to Nigerian sovereignty.
They gave Jonathan shit to chop because that's why he said because he's a superpower. He went and be having meeting with Rufai.
You see, if Nigeria say they don't know when Kerry came in, that's a breach of security because then the chief of Air Force, all of them were in charge of the airspace. Now, if John Kerry comes in without not going to Abuja or not getting clearance, that means they breach Nigerian security all the time. Look at the helicopter that came in. They breach it because the aerospace need to know.
It's fact. In the first instance, it's a breach of foreign relation policy.
Black Panther factor this into what your thought. Jonathan said even Boko Haram they in cabinet. What does that tell you?
Yeah. That's why I brought the security issue.
Exactly. Even if Black Panther, what you said is true, because there's no way the man go just fly in and nobody go see him. But the people where you expect, where they see and raise alarm, they are accomplice. That is the issue. That's what the point I'm making. Now then them. So when people you appoint around you are even leaking your secret to when Shebi Jonathan said after doing cabinet meeting, he found out that Boko Haram, the minute don't reach Boko Haram where they. So they don't know what in government they play. That's why I say Boko Haram they in cabinet. The man
you see, you know where I'm angry with Rufai. Rufai is supposed to be a journal. All journalists supposed to be investigate. They also investigate things. Even when you give the information, they're supposed to clarify and investigate. Now you are sitting down with a prof who is also a journalist, and he was sitting on the chair, the position whereby they were investigating Boko Haram and other things. Now, it now brought a leeway, like a track, whereby you as a journalist also understand where he's coming from. That is why he made it confused. The people of the world are confused when he said 2 plus 2 is 4. But when 2 plus 2 is not 4 to your eyes, I'll bring it to your to the picture so that you and I can decide if it is 4 or if it is 2. Now, that was an indirect message to Rufai that we investigated, and these are the track in which we investigated, and even made mention of it that some of our people traveled, which Rufai went and Googled, and even made mention of so many things that was a link way. Rufai was still insisting, because if Rufai is insisting, Rufai want to make him sort of put him into trouble. That was what he was doing, because that was indirect. Yes, they want to diminish the man.
You know,
thank you. I want to say something before
yesterday.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mr. Ijaw. Everybody in the panel, good evening. Mommy, diaspora, good evening. Commenters, listeners, and viewers, I thank you all. And well, for me, I love the professor that we are questioning, and I love the so-called journalist that we are questioning person. It is very simple that Nigerians, we have been looking for journalists. Yesterday, I made sure, day before yesterday, I made sure that we have 2 journalists which I know. One was in music, while the other one was a journalist. That is Delejiwa and our Baba Fela. Now, since Erufai looking for a fact, thank God he's claimed to us that he's a journalist. And in Nigeria, we are not getting the fact. Now, Erufai should be the one to tell us fact, because Sowore, known as Sala reporters, cannot be questioning person and be asking a fact, and he will say he's a journalist. No, because he will be the one bringing out fact as a journalist. Now, since Erufai is a journalist, and we in Nigeria want to know the people that have been disturbing us, because there's, according to what some newspaper told us that
Mr. Odua, not Erufai, please. Rufai. He doesn't have Erufai.
Okay.
We have
Rufai Seni. Okay. Rufai Seni said he is a journalist. Thank God that we the Nigerians are looking for journalists who can be putting everything before us. So Rufai Seni, we the Nigeria are sending message to you now that you help us bring that fact, because as a journalist, you will be the one telling us the fact, because Edelejiwa, we are the one telling Nigeria fact about what was happening, just like the way our Baba Fela, we are doing it in music. So Rufai Oseni, it is your duty to tell the Nigeria the fact of the people that sponsor Boko Haram, their name, because you heard it. You as a journalist have heard it in some newspaper that Arab people during the time of Buhari, that the Arab said that the people that are sponsoring Boko Haram, they brought the name to the federal government. Until today, we the Nigerians are looking for the name of those people. Rufai Oseni, as a journalist, we the Nigeria are sending you message to bring Buhari and this thing to table, tell us the fact and the people, the name of those people that the Arab Emirate brought to Buhari, that till today we are not still know their name. So by the time we know those people's name, we will not know who we are sponsoring Boko Haram. That this our brother, our papa, another journalist professor, we are telling you 2 plus 2 equals to 4. We will not know their name. Rufai Oseni, it is very clear for us to know now, so that we can believe that you are a journalist. Help us to bring out those names of those people. Then the second one is that Rufai Oseni, you were asking if these people were America, are those villagers. Do those villagers tell you that they went to those white people that brought the train, that brought down the helicopter, that we are bringing our goods, to go and interview them, the country they came from? Will you, as a black man, able to differentiate America, a British, Italian, a German, color and from their body language, if you did not go to them and speak with them. So Rufai Oseni, we want a fact from you to tell us how will you differentiate these people, these white people color, that this one came from this country without speaking, hearing their voice. So it is very simple. Rufai Oseni, we want you as a journalist be putting all these things before us, so that when you ask questions, we will know if you are with us or if you are against us. Because telling this man the fact doesn't prove any point to us. We did not really understand the fact we are looking. Since you are a journalist, you come and give the Nigeria the fact, so that we will really know that you are a journalist, and it's your duty to bring out fact for us. Not people in your office. People will not be bringing fact for you. You are the one to be in the feed and bring fact for Nigerians. So that is what I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Ijaw. Thank you all.
Okay. Actually, my my point in all this is that Rufai know the facts. I mean, the fact in terms of the people that went to what the prof was saying, the governors that went to hold meeting in Washington. Rufai know them. He doesn't need the why talking of who name the governors. Who doesn't know them? Is the photograph not everywhere? Did they hide it? Muazu Babangida Aliyu, in one of his interviews as governor of Nigeria, he said yes, they went to hold meeting with Obama. He said it. I don't come here to make conjecture. I remind people what has been. So when Rufai want to embarrass the professor by pushing, the man just tell him that even if you don't have you use deduction. So we know all this. That is my point of saying Rufai was trying to he let himself down. He shouldn't, but this is not what the issue you should be asking, because you know the answer. You know it.
If you look at his ex, this thing we're talking, people really bombarded him a lot too, and then he went on his Twitter X page and doubled down. I saw an arrogant guy yesterday in Rufai. I didn't know. You see, Nigerian, that's why we say that, many Nigerians, when given the opportunity, or if given the opportunity to lead, you'll be amazed. That's why you'll be amazed what an average Nigerian will do, even though we are, complaining now. You'll be amazed, because that language, the same language, what the politicians are doing, when an average Nigerian that is complaining is cornered, he will do worse. That's what Aisha Yusuf did today in that interview. She was also asking for facts.
No,
and
what
she
really,
will be the one.
what
She
really,
will be the one that will be
Aisha's
asking
case,
for facts.
Aisha's case is that my disappointment with Aisha's case, let me put it straight. Today, February 18th, 2025, somebody is still saying Jonathan was incompetent.
I'm so disappointed in her, man. Today, I'm so in that interview.
That clueless. Jonathan is incompetent, a corruption, a insecurity. That was in 2016. 9 people they believe him. All of people. So even in 2025, you are still talking of Jonathan as incompetent. 8,000 naira a bag of rice, 18,000 minimum wage, and he's still incompetent.
No. Look, get it right. You know where Aisha is angry with? Where Aisha was angry with Jonathan. Let me tell you where she was angry. And me too, I was angry. Wait. I was angry with Jonathan. When France lost 8 citizens, Jonathan gave the condolence message. When we lost our own, Jonathan was dormant. Irrespective of anything, he should have said something.
See, even then, Black Panther, what is happening now? What is happening now? You see, my concern, Black Panther, do you know my concern? My concern is there are certain things that have been overtaken by time or events. In 2025, you are still talking of Jonathan of 2010 to 2014 or incompetent. And you are in 2025. In the intervening years between 2015 and 2025, what happened? What do you call those people?
No, sir. Augustine, please hold on, sir. We have one of Farah on the phone. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Talk to us. We are listening. Good evening to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ijaw. This is a very important topic you are talking about, and I wanted to keep in my own little thing. I want to start that the argument has been back and forth, but it has not been balanced. There's been too much emotional input, particularly from CM and Black Panther. Let's get the facts straight. first of all, Nigeria has inside enemies within Nigerian government, whether it's during Jonathan or now. That's an established fact that should not be argued. Second of all, the Nigerian government under Jonathan was grossly incompetent, and the facts are there to prove that. Whether we love Jonathan so much or we believe he shouldn't have been removed, it's not an issue for this discussion, because this discussion is a national security issue discussion, and a government that fails in that aspect is a failure. Let's admit that fact before we start moving forward and saying, and some people did this, some people did that, some people did do that. Let's leave that about. Third fact, the argument that Rufai is overdoing his job is way out of context, because Rufai is a journalist and he has to ask the question. A journalist should not do intelligence people's job. The professor was part of government, a member of the panel.
Exactly.
So he has the intelligence. He has the intelligence, and he should have the answer to the question the journalist is asking him. But Baba, what's his name? The other man was right that although Rufai should have done his own investigation, but journalists should not be doing intelligence investigation for intelligence group. Now, being a part of government, you should have, and a part of that panel, you should have intelligence. Now, for you to come out in public and tell us that when they told you the white men were dropping helicopters, you thought it was the French. That sounds incompetent to me. There should have been a follow-up investigation to establish which country did that helicopter come from. There should have been a trace of the money. They should have picked out all the inside people that work with the Nigerian government that are party to this foreign entity that is doing this. That's gross incompetence. All this incompetence in intelligence is not excusable. No matter how emotional CDM wants to be or Black Panther wants to be, it's not excusable. So on that ground alone, Jonathan is a failure and he should have been removed. Forget whether we love him or we don't love him. Because that's a failure of intelligence. You thought it was the French. Which government thinks like that? Something terrible is happening in your country. You get to the bottom line of what it is. Now you're telling us because Perry, the US Senator, is telling you now you want to believe it and put 2 and 2 together to make 4. That doesn't make sense. The same US told us through a CIA report that our president is an asset. That means we should take their word for it and start an impeachment immediately of our president. So when people come on TV and talk rubbish, and we intellectuals, and when we are debating and arguing, we need to first of all take emotions out of our argument, because these are not emotional issues, these are factual issues. So let's put that one aside. Now, the argument we are pushing here, which is making this thing look so bad, is that my thief is better than yours, or my incompetent person is less better than yours. Yes, we have moved from fire to fire, we know that. But the fact remains that Jonathan government was a failure in intelligence, was a failure in national security, was a failure that needs to be removed. Now, whether internal enemies work with outside forces, that was still the failure of Jonathan. And we got to address this fact. You understand? When we come here and argue this, a guy, Rufai should not have, Rufai is doing his job. He asked the right question. And the professor, being a member of the panel, should know the names and give the public the names. So all this defending incompetence, we shouldn't be doing it in the public space. We should call a spade, even if it's our guy that is doing it.
All right.
That's the way it should be. That's the way Nigeria move forward.
Thank you. Please let him finish. Let him finish. Thank you. Thank you.
So if anybody has to follow up, like I said, CIA just said our president was an asset. You understand? Is it now that we will take their word for it? Shouldn't have been machinery in place in our government to make sure that foreign assets are not part of our government? That means we don't have a country, a serious country. So let us call a spade, and all this, my guy is better than yours argument we always bring to the public, despite Nigeria can never move forward.
All right, thank you.
I don't know if this scholar can see, Dr. CM. I know you have a lot because
thank you, sir, for calling in. Thank you,
Mr. Dr. CM.
Okay,
I know.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, please. I have another call here. Tony Africa, please talk to us. Good evening to you, sir. Go ahead.
sir. I don't want to call in because yesterday I couldn't sleep after listening to that interview. Because, Bolaji Akiyemi, it's like now we are mourning Padebajo, we are mourning, Edwin Clark, even though that he was just kind of like protecting his people, but he was a great man. Now, Bolaji Akiyemi now is trying to direct us to show us the way forward as he's carrying that same, existing line. That guy just calling to come and talk nonsense, sorry, to come and be challenging you guys here. I mean, what I hear me, if you look at Nigeria book, anybody that is 50 years old here, or for the should know about that guy. These are the people that are in charge. These are the kind of intelligent men that will lack in Africa.
All right.
This is the guy that fought for apartheid, against apartheid. I mean, why should that guy just call him to come out? I mean,
no. Listen, Oga Tony, allow people to speak. Make you talk your own, I beg. You can't be calling and attacking people all the time. Speak yours and leave people alone.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. But you know that you always say that anybody that has something to say, he can come over to your platform, but you should be ready to be countered.
You are not countering people, you are disrespecting him. That's not the way to counter.
Okay, I want to counter him now that, let me not push it. Black Panther, please, more grease, Jonathan, more grease, because I myself, look, I couldn't, have a nice to get, I was wondering how can the fight, without saying be done so, so low. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are mourning Padebajo. We wish that they saw the true Nigeria that Organizer World have been fighting for. That I think they
all right.
Of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Tony.
But
thank you.
It's a saint now, right? It's a prophet.
Okay. All right. I need to move on. Thank you, sir.
So
good evening to you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, man. Allah of God is my strength. Please talk to us. And good evening to you. You have only 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes. Good evening to you. Go ahead, man.
No problem. Yeah, I don't change my name, so I'm Amazing Chris. I won't change that to Amazing Chris TV, but let's just say, why they laugh? You two say I'm going for 2 weeks for a good TV. So Amazing Chris, I made a Chris that time.
Okay, all right.
Everyone, more than 2 minutes, they keep on quick. Yes, good evening. I just want to really sympathize with the family of Papa the Clark when he died. It's really painful, and I want to say, especially for we from Niger State, the Niger Delta, Edo State, and Delta State, they really fought for us. It's our mass spoke anything to do with our oil. So I'm really sad about it. And also, Papa Adebanjo is really, really sad for us to lose this great man. They wanted to get to Nigeria. They wanted to see Nigeria walk. And Nigeria never walk in their time. So I just pray, as they are now beyond us, they come back to rest. Because if you look at it, they live a very good life. For them to get to that 90-something years is not easy for any woman being. So for me, I will not say when I go them war. Just their time to live the death. And God to correct the pastor. God never killed his children. It's the devil who kills his children. Yes, so God never killed his children. Devil God doesn't kill. So I just want to say I really sympathize with the family and for all of us from Nigeria, even the whole Nigeria, we have lost the great people that have left us now. And quickly, to Rufai. One thing that everybody will love Rufai because he speaks for us. But I don't know, I'm not saying that I'm special. I have a kind of spirit, When I see people that can read well, I think Rufai is not really, it's good though because it's big, but I think he's putting a lot of pride into the way he talks. This man is telling you what he knows about, and you are telling him to drink fat. And Nigeria, what Nigeria is, something can happen to him. It is really wrong of him the way he spoke to Mr. Adeyemi. He knows it all. He has been an ambassador. He knows what he's talking about. So it was really, really wrong. I think you should go on and apologize to speaking to that man like that. He doesn't know nothing. That man knows even better than him. Thank you. I just want to tell my brothers in the planet, God bless all of you.
Thank you, man. God bless you too. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. That's the last call for today. Everyone on the panel. So I'll leave you guys for 20 minutes to talk within yourselves. So more round up. CM, 20 minutes. Within
Thank you.
yourself.
Okay, let me quickly.
Well, Dr. CM, please, I'll
Yes.
just have one thing so that I know you have a lot to respond to the first caller. See, let me say this. See, in Nigeria, we have this problem. And until we are able to deal with it, when it suits us, when it is convenient for us, we say one thing. When it is not, and I don't know whether it is lack of understanding or whatever, I just don't get it. That's why I like to make comparison. Make comparison. I will put it on the table. And I will want the response of that caller. Maybe he didn't hear me when I made this comparison earlier on. You said we should not ask for facts, Abi. You said journalists, the same journalist, Rufai, that I will leave only this point I will make, and I will leave the rest for Dr. CM and the other panelists to take it on. The same journalist that is asking for facts, please, let him bring us the fact, and you yourself, bring us the facts that you have on those that are stealing Nigerian money. That's my question for you. I want the facts from you. The professor said, I will help you out on this one because you are not here to respond. You are not on the platform. The professor said, you use your sense, rational thinking. That's what you use every day when it comes to Nigerian subject matter. You use your rational thinking. There are no facts on the table for you. None. You are calling for Buhari's head. You are calling for everybody's head. Which facts are you holding on to? Has any court convicted anybody? Is it not rational thinking that you and I were using? Do I need anybody to tell me that they are milking Nigerian dry? The same way that I do not need anybody to tell me that the international community is involved. So for any journalist to be asking, the same journalist every day will be accusing Nigerian politicians of corruption. Which facts? And that's why the politicians will come and fight them on national TV all over the space, because they know that that same game, that same ball that you are playing is the same ball that the politicians play with you on your news network every day. Give them facts that they have stolen Nigerian dry. You cannot give them any. But your common sense, your rational thinking, you have been able to deduce that, yes, they are milking Nigeria. So don't come here and tell us that we don't know what they're asking for. Fact. On this very matter, which facts are you asking for? Even if you are a journalist. I'll leave it there for now. I'll leave it there so that others
Okay, thank you.
Can.
I think you've done a good job. Even that area is clear. The issue of looking for facts. My this thing with disagreement with not Rufai Hussein is this. You don't ask a question, you know the answer. You are telling the prof to give you the names of the governors that went to Washington. Can Rufai get to his feet and tell Nigerians he doesn't know their names? Even me, CM here, no. Muazu Babangida Aliyu, former governor of Niger State, was part of the contingent. Even what is it called? Kwakwanso, all of them, they moved. They know. These are the people that John Kerry will come and fly and then come and have a meeting with them. Is that not an affront? Because America is a superpower. But Rufai knew all these things. Then why is he asking Prof to give him facts? Where are the name? That was what angered me. You're asking him name, you don't know. Even when the photograph is everywhere, in the media it was widely covered. One of them come out to admit in an interview, Muazu Babangida Aliyu of Niger State, that yes, they went to hold meeting with Obama. Kwakwanso even alluded to it. All of them, Mutala Nyako from Adamawa, former governor. What are they? I can count. If I search internet now and give them the names, Rufai knew all these things and he's asking him to give him name. That's why Prof said some of them are even in the Senate on this high. So what else do you want from him? Remember, he's a diplomat, a professor. He had taught international relations and diplomacy. He attended a very important school called Fletcher School of Diplomacy in Massachusetts, one of the top best in the world. And he practiced it. Former Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. You are talking to the man as if you think he's talking to ordinary politician. To be honest with you, Rufai demeaned his status in the whole of this interview, as far as he goes. Some of us that rate him high, we just rate him low. This is not the question you should be asking. Give you facts, you trade in facts. Which facts? You trade in facts, but everybody will believe whatever happens in Nigeria. Anyway, Jonathan has handled that, so that is a separate issue. Then coming to Jonathan, you see, for people saying Jonathan is, you see, there's what they call media propaganda launched against Jonathan. Yes, something might be one, but they inflate it to be big. Part of the incompetence they are talking of Jonathan was, remember our economy was #1 in Africa. Nobody's doubting that. Part of the incompetence they're talking about Jonathan was, Jonathan want to remove fuel subsidy. By Okonjo-Iweala said every time they are bringing bill, pay. Does it mean Nigeria use all this fuel? Said, okay, let us remove it. They had to organize. Look at this Rufai demo with Tinubu, these people in government now. They had to organize Save Nigeria now at Ojota to bring down Jonathan in 2012. Thank God Kayode Fayemi has to admit that what Jonathan wanted to do then was the best thing to do. But because of proposition, they have to rubbish him. If they are looking for this, is not fact, and they credit it against Jonathan, that is a colossal failure. What are we having now? My beef with Aisha is that somebody can say Jonathan is a complete failure in 2016, maybe 2017. Not after this Buhari come to now. If you call Jonathan failure, what are you going to call Tinubu? If you say Jonathan is clueless, what will Tinubu say? What are you going to say, Tinubu and Buhari? 8 years. While Jonathan was there 5 years, Africa #1 economy, and things were moving. They conspired Boko Haram to remove him. And you say Jonathan is incompetent. If they conspire now to remove Tinubu, will you now? And Tinubu cried out. Jonathan says, Boko Haram is even in my cabinet. Because they will hold a meeting as commander-in-chief. They will go and leak it. Then what do you do? What do you do in that case? The man was completely helpless. It was an international conspiracy led by David Cameron and Obama. Two of them. Why? Part of the deal is that he refused. He wanted to influence the Congress, the parliament, so that they can allow gay marriage, all those things. He said no. That was why they brought the beard. They want to remove him at all costs. So when a man is being fought like that, everything he's done is nothing. So I don't know that with 8,000 naira a bag of rice and 18,000 minimum wage, people are still calling Jonathan a failure. Why didn't those people improve on it? You see, I don't believe in conjecture. It's not emotional. What I'm even saying, we all know this. So why is it emotional again? Why is it emotional? What I'm saying now, I didn't add or subtract. All these things are known. All of us know it. But I'm only using them to make a point. Comparatively with what Jonathan went through. What else do you want when a minister of state for education week wrote to governor, who is now the second in command? He was a governor then. Do not conduct this exam based on the fact that we had the intelligence report, move those diseases to the capital, which is safe. He refused. All of a sudden, Jonathan said, before you know it, they are carrying placard in Washington. But Obama's wife, bring back our girls. What nonsense are these people talking about? So to me, I stand to present, because since Jonathan left office, we've seen what he went through and the way he handled it. What could he have done? And they're still calling him a failure with what Nigeria is that time. Look, if the present government can achieve 10% of what Jonathan did, the cost of living, it will be excellent. It's not emotional. If you can't handle economy, insecurity wasn't even like this. Even then, they refused to say him. They refused to give him arms. He wanted to buy, no way. Obama has to use the power of America to block everywhere until they have to go to black market through Ijaw, Richard Jeffords, private jet in South Africa, and it was still revealed. When Professor Akiyemi said, before they were doing this thing, they give South Africa tip off not to sell to them. I mean, what are we talking about? Jonathan was fought left, right, and center internationally. Even in Nigeria, they have to plant. Why are you telling me?
Ogasian, let me talk before you continue. If I'm about to wrap up. You see, the brother that called, my neighbor brother that called him, when he was saying concerning Jonathan, was saying it was emotional. There's no emotional attachment to this thing. We are seeing what we have heard. We are arguing and we are trying to pave a way according to the report or facts on ground for us. And we know other information. We have some other information, but we are trying to harness this one that has been given to us. First and foremost, if you go back to my own submission, not this section, other this section, I, in totality, when the breach of security is being done, the president should be held responsible if he cannot sack the people that he puts in arms of affair. That one is quite clear. You cannot take that. It's the responsibility of the commander-in-chief to be on top of his security issues. And two, in terms of that is brotherhood we stand, as the president is the lead man concerning how to honor our past heroes. Because any soul that is lost in Nigeria, they are our heroes. On that ground, Jonathan done nothing. And 2, 3, on the ground of taking decisive decision, irrespective of where the power comes from. You are the commander-in-chief of armed forces. You have to take decisive decision. That is why I call that Buhari should be held responsible and he should be called in to pay for what he has done and the soul that he has laid down. Because if you look at it, top of his duty is top his security for the people. He failed. Jonathan failed in that perspective. We don't want to talk on the economy, but the top security, he failed. Even though they gang against him, he failed on security. Because we are not going to hold the chief of army staff for Nigerian security. He's the commander-in-chief that is all responsible.
But Black Panther, Nigeria do not manufacture arms. You have to buy from outside. When Obama used their power to block you from buying, even the one he went to secretly in South Africa, are you telling me the man is not trying? If Jonathan didn't make an effort to buy, how are you going to confront Boko Haram?
See, okay.
When General Ihejrika was decimating them, what did Buhari say? An attack of Boko Haram is an attack on the north. They have to conspire. Even a Rufai say it's number 7. People, Jonathan, with the sniper. So what are we talking? I will blame Jonathan if you find your son country insecure and you know you don't have and you want to buy and you didn't buy.
And you did nothing.
You did nothing. He confronted America. Please give us, let us use. Obama refused. Not only that, you see, Bolaji Akinme said it. They have to block even the one going to South Africa. Why should Jonathan use private jet of Ayo Richard Jeffo, a Pentecostal this thing, to go and carry privately and in a secret way? Because when you are buying these arms, it's a pure something you have to document the international law. But he's doing it as he's desperate to show that he wants to do. Yet,
like a mercenary.
Yes, they ganged against him. They ganged up. Jonathan said in this book that when he calls David Cameron, he doesn't pick his call anymore. David Cameron doesn't pick Jonathan's call. What do you do? And people are saying, this is not emotional. These are facts. If you are the commander-in-chief and you are in Jonathan's position, there's nothing you can do. A superpower like America, remember Prof said there's nothing you can do. What are you going to do to American influence? That's why the guy asked him, the professor, what is the guy in the studio?
Professor
Killer said, Prof, you taught us. How do you marry the interest and influence? You know the meaning? Interest and influence. Yes. When you have interest in something, then you use your influence to achieve it. The interest Obama had was Jonathan must go. They have to rubbish his name internally. And to do it, they bring their influence to bear. What is that? If you allow Jonathan, if America sold all these things to Jonathan, he used it to decimate Boko Haram, they go clap, say, demand, so that they can have an election. Buhari was, look, it's not emotion. I don't believe, but these are facts. Put yourself in Jonathan's shoe. The man showed what they call, he showed, at least you can't blame him for effort. The result he didn't achieve. It was international war against, he was saying it here. He was saying it here. So when all this is happening, just I look at people, I said, now my beef with Aisha was, Aisha is still in 25, he's still talking of Jonathan. What is happening now? What is happening now? If you call Jonathan clueless, what do you call Tinubu and Buhari? What do they do? Nothing. Even domestically, Jonathan, apart from that insecurity, because that's what they used to remove him. That is the only thing they used to remove him. Economically, want to do, and that fuel subsidy that is cost, Nigeria should have gone beyond it. Kayode Fayemi has to come and confess, yes, they deliberately engineered that thing to rubbish Jonathan. These are part of the fight. People will say it's clueless. How can somebody be clueless when you have top level economists in your team?
Yes, of course, now.
Yes, well, how can you be clueless with Okonjo Iweala coordinating the economy, Africa #1 economy then, and you say the man is clueless? It's not. The only thing they have to do was to use that insecurity engineered. We all know it was engineered. Remember, they used to tell you that Chibok girls, they are going to write physics, 200 and something writing physics. Even King's College in Lagos, they can have up to 200 people registering for physics in WAEC, because some will do art subject. But Chibok, they say they want to write physics in Borno. Chibok girls. No. Let us face propaganda. Let us face propaganda.
We use our rational thinking now. Use our common sense.
Because that's why I'm not liking the line of question Rufai was taking. Rufai questions, you know the answer. You want Prof to tell you that Muazu Babangida Aliyu went there, which you know. Even me, CM, I know, because it was published. You want him to stand naming. He said the governors, Nigeria, that went there and they was having meeting. John Kerry will come and have meeting. He asking him which people, with Buhari, Rufai, Kwakwanso, all of them in Kaduna, discussing how to remove Jonathan. That the only thing you have to do to rubbish this man, because our economy is #1. The only thing you have to rubbish him was to use security. That's all. That is the only thing they want to use to remove Jonathan. And what happened when Jonathan handed over to them? Say, oh yeah, come and take. What happened? What did Buhari do? So you see, when we are saying this thing, I believe in certain, you see, the way Prof was handling the question, I know that because I've read much about Akiyemi. It's an intellect. There is no doubt about it. He knows.
Dr. CM, if it were to be an ordinary Nigerian politician,
he go fail.
That Rufai was interviewing and Rufai was asking for facts, I can go along, I can find a way to accommodate it. Not Professor Bolaji Akiyemi. When you are interviewing, if you are a smart journalist and you know your popcorn, you know your things very well, the line of questioning and the follow-up is all tailored towards the person you are interviewing.
Yes.
It's not you can't just you can't do that. But again, as I said, he was being smart, he was trying to be smart, and perhaps maybe I'm trying to find an excuse for him. I'm just trying to find an excuse for Rufai on this one. Dr. Abati was not there, and perhaps Arise News needs that, contrary
Abati type.
That contrary position. They ask him to play that role, that vacuum that Abati has left there. They want somebody, perhaps, but to tell me that what he did in that particular interview was right to a normal, rational thinking person interviewing someone like Professor Bolaji Akiyemi. In fact, let me say this: the intelligence that is in possession that Professor Bolaji Akiyemi has access to or has knowledge of, Rufai will not even be close to. He doesn't even have close.
Is he having close? If you go and listen, you see why I know that the guy schooled Rufai, but Rufai might think say he ruffled him. No, he schooled Rufai. When he tell him, yes, you as a journalist, you are looking for fact. As a scholar, that's what intelligent. Say, as a scholar, me too, I'm looking for fact, but it's called if you can't get the fact, if you can't get the fact, you use deduction.
You see, where Rufai missed it all is that maybe Rufai is not very aware on how top security, security things are being disseminated. You see, when you're asking a man that has some level of security, there's level, there's a key they'll give to you. Everybody has step 1, step 2, step 3. When you are dealing with a man that is in step 3, not step 5, he has to be conscious, and he cannot release top secrets to any journalist, because it's a matter of national security. Even if you interview American people, they'll tell you it's a matter of national security, and you as a journalist, you will know, because he has given you clue. He has given you clue already, but he cannot go on outright dissemination of the information. That is it. He knows about it. Just want to put that man into trouble. Simple.
All right. We don't close. Augustine, round up in 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Why should Rufai ask a question he knows the answer? He asked him which governor went to Washington to hold meeting with Obama. Why should Rufai be asking such a? He looks stupid to me. That is where I fall off with him. Why should you be asking even what everybody know? Even me, we know. They say he doesn't. Who are they? Give us names. Which name? Thank you, Niger Watch. The guy is cool and well. I like him. He's a prof.
All right. Yes. What a wonderful discussion. We all are learning here. Yes.
Niger, thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
You know, give us time. We enter the security matter very well, but thank you.
Tomorrow we'll do that.
Domo. Thank you.
I agree to that. For the past 4 days, no light for Lagos. For the past 4 days.
No, Nigeria is good. Nigeria is good. Nigeria is good.
Mr. Elvis, Black Panther will always tell you, pack your
load and come on for there. Go to Queensland.
Tomorrow now, then go cheat you for petrol station again.
Again, you see now.
Why not they mock me now?
Nigeria is good. They are bravo.
The other time,
why not they mock me now?
The other time, they go they save petrol. You know, say na air, then they pump in. Petrol no go to enter. But the thing
they do me for even mega filling station. They pumped 1,000 naira last 2 years. I did not see anything. I went to another mobile filling station. What 1,000 naira? Did you know that my stack rise?
No, Augustine and Black Panther, Mr. Jonathan, Mr. Dua. Why not they mock me now? I'm in my father's country now.
No, we know them.
They nearly catch her for petrol station. Get lock. You say no be up a command. They will not catch you.
No.
They know.
So maybe they don't know that. They use another trick, say na 10,000. Okay, I don't know, say na full tank. Or yeah, make we start afresh. No. Jesus Christ. Nigeria.
They don't tell what they do mean. The just I say yesterday was something else for them. This country.
Thank God, they're supposed to bend hose. They have the way they will bend the hose.
They give you bill.
They will not put all the fuel. The hose will bend. That is so. There is different trick.
Mr. Dua, as we talk now, almost everybody right now in Nigeria are criminals. Almost everybody. They lie a lot. They do everything to steal from others now. I don't understand. Instead of it to channel their energy to talk to their government.
Nigeria, what? One man said, if they do business, now from my town, he said, if you catch one of your staff, a thief, you sack him. The next person where you employ, he goes still thief.
That one go even more sophisticated than the one where you sack.
It's better you slap that one where thief, deal with them, then still return them. If you sack and bring another one, now the same thing. So, and you can manage your business alone. He said no need.
No. The promise we said they go sack him because Petrocam na big name, not be small name.
If they employ another,
they know the sacker, they go carry and go another this thing. They know the sacker.
Another branch, yes.
Even if they sack him and they employ another person, not the same thing. The person
they're not good sacker. For your president, there's no question. Okay, if you see so they'll carry and go another branch. They'll bring another criminal from that side to be at the same place.
Now the person where you catch the thief, the one where you never catch, you go to pretend like say, they did this thing for you. Now wow. They nearly cheat. My brother, shine your eyes up
right now. Country is terrible right now.
Mudashiru look, you know they step well for Gallo. He told the staff, no value step well in the Gallo. The star, all of them agree. The moment the woman just enter office, the star started selling for in the gallon.
Anyway, Oga Ferrara, we don't close. We don't close. I'll give you 5 minutes. Just talk to us 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwin. Now, work I did. They be like say their Wi-Fi now they interrupt me. I don't feel log in. That's in they block me. But I still want to pedal back with the argument of both CM and is it Black Panther that you might not want to agree with me, but national security issue is national security issue. It's not something. First of all, today, Mr. CM, you have argued purely on personality. You have argued on Rufai personality. You have argued on Professor Akinyemi's personality. And these are not the issue in discourse. The issue in discourse is the issue of Nigeria's security. You understand? And who is in position to know and do not know, and who should be held accountable. These are the issues. This is not whether they connive or combine to get rid of Jonathan. That's not the topic on the line. These are not the issue. These are all what you have argued on. You understand? One, you see, Professor Akinyemi was a member of the panel that was doing the investigation when they heard that helicopters landed in the village, and they interviewed villagers, and they told them that white people were the one driving the helicopter. The responsibility fall on that panel to find the source of those white people, not to make assumption. You don't
how did you know that that committee didn't do that? Give me facts. Which facts do you have? Which facts?
The fact is that listen.
Which facts?
Yeah, the fact that I have is that listen now. You asked a question, you won't let me answer. He said it. He said it himself in the interview that they assume it was the French. You don't make intelligent assumption. That's a big error. That's a professional error.
Okay, fine.
You get to this. So if there's a bomb, listen.
I give that to you. Listen, okay. I give that to you.
Okay.
That committee,
yes,
when they have done with their work,
yes,
do you think they are the final decision maker?
That's not the point. You are changing the ball.
No. I'm not changing it now.
You're moving the pogo post.
I'm not moving it. They have mandates and they have limitations. Okay,
that's right.
So
what's their limitation? Limitation is not to get to the bottom of the security crisis. What is their limitation? Or to change results? What is their limitation?
I don't know, because for you and I to know, now, we need to go back to the person or the president that appointed them and gave them their mandate.
That's why the buck stops at the president's office. We need to stop passing bucks. The buck stops at the intelligence at the president.
There are, Black Panther said something earlier. He talked about intelligence and level of intelligence.
That's right.
And everybody has levels.
That's right.
Right? There are informations that at your level you are not giving that authority to talk about it. In fact,
Professor Akinyemi should have said that during the interview.
That is
due to national security. You should have said that
about intelligence. Yeah, there are things you can say.
The question Rufai should have asked Professor was, what was your terms of reference when you were in that?
No. You're wrong, Rudolph. CM. You're again arguing on personality. Rufai was doing his job. The professor was a member of the panel.
Mr. Ferrara.
Yes.
Mr. Ferrara.
Yes.
Please, I want to ask, how did you differentiate people color by color? How did you differentiate America, British, Italian, German, just because you cite their color?
Mr. Remind me your name, sir. I'm going to look it up.
Odua, yes.
Mr. Odua. Listen, Mr. Odua. That is the job of intelligence. Look, two things are wrong with this intelligence report. Two things. One, the intelligence report shows that there were internal enemies. None of them identified the internal enemies. The intelligence report also shows that there were foreign enemies. They never got to the source of that foreign enemy. That's a failure of intelligence.
Which intelligence report, Mr. Ferreira?
Thank you, sir. Baba Jonathan.
Which intelligence report are you referring to?
The panel that did investigation.
It's
Baba
not
Ferreira.
intelligence.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It's not an
Thank
intelligence
you.
committee.
I thank
It's
you. Just make sure that foreign, and then if you understand that there is foreign inside, and America is not telling you that they are the one, then which other foreign did Erufai is not looking for?
Okay, they could be telling you for some other reasons. Foreign people do things for different reasons. We do not have to wait 10 years later or 6 years later for you to be reaching a conclusion on an investigation that should have been concluded way back.
Whose responsibility is that?
It falls on that panel and the government.
It's
End
not
of
the
story.
panel.
Any
Not
way
the
you
panel.
try to push it.
No. It's not the panel. It's not, Mr. Ferreira. It's not the panel. See, when a panel like that, they are giving the Dr. CM.
Why do we Nigerians like to defend what is wrong?
Wait,
Why do we?
No, we are not.
You
We are not
reaching a
defending what
conclusion.
is wrong.
You are reaching a conclusion. Don't worry, we are doing analysis from your own
Analysis.
point.
Okay, go on.
So please don't. I've not. You've concluded by
Yes.
telling me maybe I'm emotional or this, here. But don't
Yeah,
worry.
that's right.
I can handle that. The
That's
issue
good.
is this: if I'm in Rufai's shoes, the moment the prof said I was involved in the committee that we are looking into this Boko Haram, whatever, what should have come to me was one. In that committee, I know you are a prof, you're a civilian. I don't know your intelligence background. Was it constituted with people like you that are prof? Because you want to get to something. One, he will answer that without mentioning names of the committee. He may say, no, we have some people with intelligence report all this. He said, okay, since you people have this type of thing, doesn't your term of reference include going beyond? This is what the question, when you're asking that question, when you are being you are inquisitive, you want to know, and not for you to tell him that mention the names of governors that went to.
He's not asking that question for himself. You keep saying it's not for him. He's asking on behalf of the public, and the public has the right to know. You keep saying not for him. Those questions are not for him. It's on behalf of. That's what a journalist does. Your job is to ask questions on behalf of the public.
You cannot bring Akiyemi like I say, Akiyemi, can you tell us
so you keep putting Akiyemi on the pedestal as Oga we shouldn't ask tough questions.
Because the person he's asking.
No, those are our problem. That's part of our problem. We keep putting people at the pedestal.
Allow me.
We can't ask Oga tough questions.
Allow me.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, it's like what is it? Rufai asking him, Prof, can you tell us the capital of Edo State or capital of your state?
If it's a question the public needs to know, you should ask him.
What sort of question is that? What sort of question
is that? We have this big manism. Is Oga, is Akiyemi, so don't ask him tough questions.
Akiyemi answered it this way. He said the governors, he said some of them are even in the Senate or this. What else do Rufai want?
So whose failure is that? If people that are internal enemies are in your Senate, whose failure is that?
See, I'm not because they're in the Senate. He's asking, Prof, who are these people you are saying that hold meeting? He said these are former politicians and governors from the north. They went to hold meeting with Obama. Some of them are this.
That's the answer to the question.
With all due respect, what is his name? Rufai, before asking him, knows the question. And that is where I felt that he let himself down.
It doesn't matter whether he knows the answer or knows the question. He is asking on behalf of the public.
But he still gave him, Mr. Ferreira,
yes.
you see, Mr. Ferreira, here's the issue that I'm kind of seeing from your submission. Is that you think that responding to journalist question is black and white. If journalists ask you, can you tell us 1 + 1? You and I know that the direct response to that answer is 2. But I can still respond to you without mentioning 2.
Yeah, if you're a politician, and you hold public office, it's your responsibility to respond to the
No, that never happened anywhere in the world now. Anywhere in the world. You listen to top politicians, public analysts all over the place on CNN.
You might now spin your answer, but you still have a responsibility to respond to the public.
Which the professor did. He said, he asked him, give me names. He said
And
these
his
are
answer,
people.
his answer either shows that he's in denial or he's incompetent.
No.
So
These
he
are
has to
you see,
pick
these
one.
are the ways. You see people. You see, Mr. Ferreira. You see people that have access to intelligence. They don't respond to you like that. No matter how you try to lure them into it, they will never do that. You see, because it is their responsibility. They are custodian of intelligence information. They don't
Then he
just
should
speak
have said
anyhow.
that.
No,
He
he's
should have
not going
said
to.
that. He
But
should not have
no,
been making assumptions.
it's
Do you know
no,
what the meaning
see,
of assumption is?
it's not an
As we
assumption.
assume.
See, it's
That's
not.
why
It's
we
not,
use the word allegedly.
it's not.
Assume in intelligence,
To be
we
honest,
assumed. Oh,
to
come
be honest,
on. That's a failure of intelligence.
to,
I don't care
to
what
be,
you all say.
to be
Anybody
honest,
that uses the word assume doesn't know what
to,
he's talking about and should not be in charge of intelligence or talking about intelligence.
to be honest with you, my take or my conclusion is that what Rufai wanted or to ask the man, the prof schooled him in how to answer that question, because all those things he's putting to prof. If this interview took place before this American revelation, I would have understood certain things. But the pair is telling you where they are using you saved money and they funded it. That is why the man is now saying you can put 2 + 2 to use deduction during their time. And let me tell you this issue of France, because I had a northerner say it.
The Americans put 2 + 2 together with Iran's weapons of mass destruction. See where that led them. Come on, people. We're dealing with intelligence now. You can't make assumption when it comes to national security. You can still arguing with me. The man said, I assumed it was the French. Who talks like that?
Listen, there's a record to that. There's a history to that. And let me tell you this. In Nigeria, even in diplomatic circle, the only
That's why Nigeria is a mess, because we make assumptions on things we shouldn't make assumptions on.
I want to tell you where this issue of France being complicit or whatever, where they point to France. The highest civil disobedience or uprising Nigeria has ever had in history was the Civil War. It was the French only that stood out. Rather than coming directly to come and aid Biafra, they instructed their
So you're using the history of the French to punish them for a new sin that you're not sure they committed. That's what you're saying. That's what you're arguing. You're using their past history as an argument to punish them for a current offense.
Allow me to flow.
Okay, let me let you land.
Allow me to flow.
Okay.
The wider, because of that, when the French had to say they can't come in, they use their colonies, Ivory Coast, and then what is the other one? Even Haiti and all these things. What they did, since then, Nigeria fingers France as a country that one Nigeria destabilized. Can I tell you the history with a world court at the Bakassi and all those things? Nigeria has always been pointing to France. So when this type of thing happened, that's what I'm trying to. If Prof has taken it this way and he will still say it, they now thought it could be the French again, because
that's a possible suspect. You still have to establish it on fact.
Listen,
that's a possible suspect. You don't go.
In doing that, the only way you can establish it is if they stand in the midnight when those jets were coming. Maybe you impound them and
but
get
they
those
were
people
paying people.
Listen,
but the government arrested people. You could have gotten to this fact if they wanted to. Stop making excuses for incompetence. Stop making excuses for incompetence.
Mr. Ferreira.
All right. Let's go. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Ferreira. Please allow me to do my analysis.
Before I forget, Mr. Elvis, you owe me a message. I've been screaming. You've not been picking up your call. Before I forget.
I bet not Versa. I'll be too busy.
I know. But did you get
1 minute?
Let me please. You people have been talking. Let me
our condolence to our father family who lost his life. Our papa Adebayo and Edwin Clark.
Yeah.
Our condolence. So we your children. We miss
did you guys
all.
even give them a 1 minute silence?
Naija Watch, please. Before 1 minute silence, let me tell my brother here that came in late. Thank God you came in. Let me give you a brief, a quick one. Just 1 minute. 1 minute.
No, I'm not time for that brief, I beg.
Okay, 1 minute now, not be brief. Let me just educate him. You see, Akinyele has a level of security clearance. He cannot go above it. If he goes above it, he'll be liable to go into jail.
He should have said that at
Because
the interview.
no, he can't
disclose
say
that.
he can't even say it because that is even top secret.
All right.
He can't say it. So
All right,
just know that don't blame Akele, blame the man that Akele gave a parable. 2 + 2 is 4. If you don't agree, let me put 2 together and make 4.
Not
So he
necessarily,
knows.
not in intelligence. Sometimes 2 + 2 doesn't make 4. Not in intelligence.
That's exactly what they do in intelligence. They use deductions too in intelligence.
That's all.
They do
That's what
deductions.
the man
They
said.
do, but they
And a
don't make
lot of it.
assumption.
That's
They
what
don't
the man
act
said.
on assumption.
No, it was suspicion. They now said this could be the trademark of France. That is the trademark of France. But eventually, with this revelation from Washington, that's what they now say deduction. There you see it. They are still white. That's what he's saying. So to me, there's nothing emotional about it. We're only analyzing facts. Data
But the
that
fact
we
is, the
know
same CIA
in the-
said your president was an asset. Why are we not acting on that?
Do I know whether they are acting? At my level, I don't know.
Well, it
At
was
my
disclosed in a court proceedings in Washington.
Yes, at my level, I don't get intelligent briefing every morning. I don't sure you know. Make you know elevate me to where I don't belong.
I know. But that's an issue your Senate should have taken up. But we know we don't have a government.
And it was the same CIA, it was the same FBI that print our president note, and they were deducting his name out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so certain things. I don't know why when I talk like the people will say, you see, I don't believe in conjecture. Rather, I use.
But Mr. CM, Dr. CM, in totality, GEJ, Jonathan screwed up. Sorry for my language, because it was supposed to be above his security level, but it was below.
When you say it's screwed up, you have to. I will also want to ask you, and even Mr. Ferreira, what are the facts too? When you say Jonathan screwed
intelligence
up,
failure. Yes, there were internal and external enemies.
The fact is there now, an aircraft came into your country. No, Ferreira, an aircraft came into your country carrying one of the top man from the US. You knew at later date, and you didn't bring down your top security personnel that work underneath you. You didn't bring them down. Rather, you continue with them. That's a security breach now.
That's a failure. Let me ask you. You see the question that Professor Killer asked. He asked about interest and influence.
And the influence.
If today, United States fly in their F-16 to Nigeria, Nigeria can't do nothing.
Yes.
Okay.
That's sure.
Nothing that Nigeria can do about it.
It doesn't matter
whether America came to the desert and rescued their person. Do we know yet? Do we know how they came in?
It doesn't matter whether Tinubu they in charge. It can be me, the head of state. It doesn't matter. You can't do anything. By the way, do you people factor in the fact that Jonathan has to cry out that Boko Haram are in his cabinet? Do you know the meaning?
And that's his failure. They are in your cabinet and you didn't fish them out. And you have governmental machinery. Come on.
And he's been changing. He changed
Crying
ministers.
out is not an excuse.
Hey, listen. He changed his ministers. And what happened? Did he stop? Who are you going to employ?
Jesus Christ. You have enemies within and you are crying out and you have the power to get rid of them. And you
don't have the power to get rid of them. Because those military that were collecting money when he said they should go and buy arms, they didn't have the power to remove and say, don't be a military man.
He did. When you change somebody, you bring another person. What happened? When you do meeting as a cabinet...
Okay, what's your argument now, CM? That is okay? That's how we should run government?
No. My argument is because America had an interest and America is a superpower. That's why Akemi said there's nothing you can do. It's as simple as that.
That's a debate for another day. That's another weakness of the black man, which we have to change. But that's a debate for
if you can handle America as a Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Nigeria Wash. Good night, everybody.
If you can handle America, that's why Akemi said it's
all
a
right.
superpower involved. What can you do?
Go sleep.
Okay.
Okay, we dey go sleep. Oh, Mr. Elvis, please respond. Oh, I need your message. Oh, if you don't get them, make I resend them. It's important.
Resend, I beg.
I will resend them. Now, my own contribution to this struggle to free our own country. Oh, I'm working on something. I think CM already knows about it. And I think it's important that you know too.
Okay, resend,
I
let
will
me see.
resend it. I will resend it. Thank you so much. I got to get out of school now. Everybody go, they think say I dey crazy. I talk to myself.
All right. Thank you,
I'll
everyone.
talk to you all later. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah,
God
bye.
bless you, Mr. Elvis, for what you do. You and Mommy Diaspora. With people
Thank
like you, that's why the only way we can save this country. Oh.
And me too. And me
And
too.
you
And
too,
people
CM.
like me.
And you too, CM. And every one of the panelists that comes in to talk,
Yes,
because
all
we
of
have to
us.
do something. We cannot just be quiet, which is
Thank you,
why
my people.
I'm making moves also. We got to do something.
If CM no dey there, no go work, Abi.
Eh?
CM no dey there, no go work.
No,
mind,
CM, please share my
no
CM,
mind
please.
bad belly people. No mind
CM,
bad belly
please
people.
share
You
that
don't need to.
information with everybody also on
You
the
don't.
panel.
You don't
Everybody
need
that
to.
you have their
You don't
contact. If
need
I
to.
have their contact, I will share, but I don't
You
have.
don't need to respond. You don't need to respond to.
Igbo kwenu.
For where? For where?
CM, please share that information with everybody on the panel. Or I will resend it back to Niger Watch so that he too will know, and whatever assistance I can get. Okay, let me share. Okay, I will talk to
All
you
right.
guys later. Thank you
CM,
so
I
much.
dey praise you say for where? I say Igbo kwenu say for where? That's what they answer person.
No, but you,
All right. All right.
this one no be original. You know me and this time. I know what you carry for mind. This one.
Now do well, my people. Let's round up. Right? Thank you so much, Oga CM, Oga Ferreira, for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you, Black Panther, Mr. Odua. God bless every one of you that came in today. Every one of you that called in as well to Africa. Madam, love of God is my strength. Your new name, I will get used to them. And everyone who called into the show today, thank you so much, my people. Thank you. Those of you that supported the channel as well. Amazing Grace, yes, thank you. Yes, that's the new name. Amazing Grace, thank you very much, I appreciate you. Kiss Gerahi and George Blushell. I appreciate you all, my wonderful people, and God will bless you now. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy, for all that you do. We appreciate you always. Thank you very much, Mike Akyombari. God bless you. Mike Hogan Amaro, thank you. Peggy Modi, thank you. Uji Desmond, thank you, my people. Appreciate you all. Eva Line, Stella, Imasevedo, Najaman, and many others. And God bless you, my people. We've come to the end of this broadcast. I'll see you guys again, fingers crossed, tomorrow, 7 p.m. Nigeria time, so that we can continue from where we stop. And people, help us to press on the like button, help us to share, and subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell so that you can join our live broadcast like this, so that we can work and put our voices together. My people, I will enjoy the cutting. Have a good night, my people, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Fingers crossed, by God's grace, 7 p.m. Nigeria time. Bye for now.
That's right. Ikatele no tu otagbon ikele There's power here tonight.
No yourself. If you're quarrel or yet, what's up?
What you say?
Give me